Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 11:14 in the morning on 9/27/25. That's a September 27th, 25, and it's 72 degrees in my house, and it's a Saturday. TGIS. It's 11:14 Saturday, 11:15, 72, 9/27, etc., etc. I'm gonna fix my camera lens here. There we go. Okay, how are we looking here? Oh no, a little bit foggy. How's that? Much better. Okay, hello guys. To do the opening monologue here, I have just now paid GeForce Now $200, which was not fun. But I had to take a hard look this week at the economics of gaming over the last couple of years, as opposed to the next few years. And in the year 2020, I bought this 2000. It was $2,700 all in all. First time I bought I had stolen all of my computers for 15 years previously. Like, I stole every last computer I had for like the 15 years previous. When I finally did spend some money, I went for like the best on the fucking market, which at the time is like 3 models back now. The Alienware Aurora 911 with 4.7 gigahertz, and at the time I bought 16 gigs of RAM, the SSDR, whatever the fuck they call it. I forget all the RAM designations and stuff. And 500 gig SSD, which I use every day. That's my C drive. And then a terabyte D drive, and that was it pretty much. I had to buy a television, 115-inch 120-inch television. I had to buy several keyboards since then. 3 different fucking Logitech keyboards. But I break keyboards. We knew that was a problem when I went into it. I break keyboards because I run 14 hours a day. What's 7 times 15? That's gonna be 105 hours a week, 420 a month. And so I break keyboards, which is fucking annoying. I break mice too, which is fucking annoying. And so I've gone through 3 mice at $100. No, they were these mice are like $70 or $83, something like that. Been through 3 pairs of mice at $240. So the $2,700 for the original computer. Let's go pull a little streamer thing here. I'll do a paint graphic here, like Devin Nash. God, I love Devin Nash. I wonder if he's done something recently. We'll go look. Ian on YouTube is scrubbing out. Now he's an Uber driver like me. How long till he's a heroin addict? I swear to God. What am I looking for? I'm looking for Devin Nash. I always forget his name. I draw a blank. Yeah, Devin Nash, right? Has he done anything recently? I left my agency, honest truths about the influencer industry. That sounds good. I like Devin Nash, right? Devin Nash was a good content creator. I think he was the best, in my opinion, really. He had the most execution. Anyways. I'm sorry. The best would have been Jenna Bubbles. But anyways, yeah, we talking about game economics, right? Game economics. Game economics. So it's not too cheap, you know what I'm saying? And I really had to confront that today. It was not fucking it just wasn't very fun, I gotta say. So, but hold on, I'll do all the map, but I gotta get Chopping Trees Immortal and all this stuff. I'm gonna drop it off the big face now. All right, we're back and we're in business. We're about to go downtown, but I'm not gonna play some games. I'm gonna do some content here. I broke my axe. I broke my nails. I broke my axe, and I've got to go get a new one. 1,000 wood. I'm gonna drop in the box so nobody robs me in this toxic ass game. Now, we go back chopping wood. Okay, the gamer economics, and I'm aware of every last goddamn dollar. For the last 5.5 years, I know exactly what everything was. It was, or perhaps I should do a rich text document for this. We'll pull a calculator and a rich text document because it's not fun. We'll start out with the calculator, but we'll write it. We'll write out what each piece is. So there was the initial 2,700 for the computer, which also was, by the way, it wasn't totally. You're gonna say I get ripped off, but no, I paid $2,250. There was the shipping, which was like $100, and then there was a $400 Dell coverage warranty, full, bells and whistles insurance policy for the first 4 years. And now I've run out that insurance policy, but I mean, and we addressed that last summer when I bought my 4080 Ti, which is the current GPU. We're going to talk about that. The economics are not fucking fun, and I had to confront it today when I fucking woke up today, and I'll talk about all of it because it's fucking expensive. So we have 27 for the computer. I'm going to say comp. We got $2,700 for the comp in 2020. This was the insurance, the rig itself, the shipping, all that stuff. It was $2,700 after taxes. Then we go 2 years forward when my friend Zelly was like, you have to buy RAM, you have to buy RAM, you have to buy RAM. And I was like, I was informed that 16 gigs of RAM was all the Windows ever needed. You are wrong. I don't need 64 gigs of RAM. But she was like, no, you have to buy RAM, you have to buy RAM. And I was like, no, I don't. 16 gigs of RAM is fine. That's what it's been fine. It's been fine for 15 years. Why would it not be fine now? She was just like, buy the RAM, you'll find out. And she was right, unfortunately. So I spent $145 there, and we're going to start the calculator now. $2,700 for the computer, plus the $145 for the RAM in 2022. We're going to make a note of this. By the way, guys, this NFT is for sale. Sorry, this particular Untitled Paint thing will be called Getting Fucked as a Gamer. And it is for sale for $1 million as in an NFT form, so I can fund my private war against the government trying to suppress gamers and turn us into serfs. So anyways, but this is for sale, by the way. So 145 for the RAM. In 2024, the pump went out. That was a $240 Best Buy trip. Between the $110 visit, the cleaning, and the $110 pump, it was like $240 or something like that, and that was in 2024. I screwed this up. Can I blank it? No, it's fine. Just run these backwards. So pull out the calculator. 2,700 plus 145 plus 240 for the pump in 2024. That was last summer. Plus we're at 3,085 right now. Since then, I have paid a 4080, for $520. We got after taxes, I think it was a brand new 4080 Ti, because the card that I bought currently in 2020 was a 3060 Ti, which was the best thing on the market back then. But I had to move to something better, which was a 4080 Ti. But when I moved to 4080 Ti, I was supposed to buy a new computer last summer. We did set aside $3,000 for that, so I could just start this whole fucking cycle anew, but at least with brand new hardware and all that, right? So it was kind of prohibitively expensive. So I was like, I'm not going to drop another $3,000 on a computer. This computer runs fucking fine. The RAM is the best in the world. The gigahertz is the best in the world. The fucking everything in it, except for the video card, is the best in the world. So I was like, all right, fine. Can I get by on a video card for a few years? And the AI, and all the people I talked to, and all my fellow gamers, and all the people on my channel, this was before I turned off the chat. The year building up to when I turned off the chat. And I talked to everybody that I knew about this, and I realized that I probably could get by on a 4080 Ti. I didn't need a 5090, and might I remind you, the 5090 would have been $2,300, and if we go and look at it today, how much is a 5090 right now? I want to ask Alex Sam about this. I like Google, but Google is a shopping bot. Alex Sam will give me a more direct answer and stuff, so... Good morning, Alex Sam. I wonder if you can tell me what the average MSRP is on an NVIDIA 5090 graphics card.
The average MSRP, manufacturer's suggested retail price for an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5090 graphics card, can vary based on the manufacturer and any additional features or custom cooling solutions. Typically, the MSRP for high-end NVIDIA graphics cards like the RTX 5090 can range from around $1,500 to $2,000 USD, depending on...
Okay, so we're going to take her number. Thank you. Excellent answer. I appreciate it.
Prices can fluctuate.
Yeah. Yep. So, so as you can see, we're gonna just average that out between 15. What did she say? 1,000, or it was like 1,500 to 2,500, right? Sorry, 1,500 to 2K. So we're gonna say $1,750, and that's what I dealt with last summer. I was like, do I buy this $1,750 card? All the rest of the fucking tech in the computer is great, and with a replaced pump, I've got no issue with this computer. It is the best computer I ever bought. 100 hands down, 100 times better than anything else I've ever owned or ever even stolen or anything like that. Fucking just hands down better. So, and one of the reasons I steal computers is because every 3 to 5 years I have to shell out something like $3,000 if I want to continue to even be the worst raider in my WoW guild. You know, and it's been like that since I was motherfucking 17 years old. So people ask me why I'm poor, why I have no money, and it's because, yeah, well, buying cigarettes for 27 years was like $135,000 or something like that. Paying rent was 250 grand, and the fucking computers were like another 100 or something like that. That's why I don't have any goddamn money. It's not because I do drugs or because I don't work or I'm poor or on welfare or anything like this or on disability or anything like this. I had to come up with $450,000 on $10 an hour, and I did. I had cigarettes the whole 27 years. I had computers the whole 27 years. I stole computers if I had to from LAN cafes. I hustled and stole from Amazon. Stole credit cards. Didn't matter what the fuck I did. I bought PlayStations and all types of shit. It doesn't matter. I'm going to have the tech to do my life's passion. I don't fucking care what it is. You know, guitarists steal guitars. Fucking, painters steal paint. I steal computers. I'm not proud of it, but I mean, I stopped doing that when I went on disability. So, but going on disability is, $9,000 a year or whatever it is, $7,000 a year. I forget. It's like after taxes or I don't even know. It's like $7,000 or something. So $7,000, like $7,000, right? So when I have to buy on average, and we did the AI, we checked this, it's $1,750 probably on average today right now to go buy a 5090, and you'd have to hustle for weeks to find a price like that. More like what I've heard is 2,300, which is why I'm doing this discussion today from a gamer's point of view, because I know that each and every one of you motherfuckers are going through this exact struggle for the last 27 years too. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. I know you've been going through this. If you're a real one, if you've been at the top of the motherfucking scene, if you've been in the top 100 players of the 16 million fucking currently playing Wrath of the Lich King, World of Warcraft, and in the fucking 2010, you'd understand. If you were the best in the fucking world, you'd understand. You'll hustle food stamps. You'll steal computers from LAN cafes. You'll hustle fucking Amazon. Get those credit card shit running, fucking, whatever, sell drugs, do whatever, fucking, steal cars. It doesn't matter. Whatever the fuck you have to do to come up with the $450,000 it costs a person to live from the age of 20 until 40 to be one of the best gamers in the fucking world. It's the same for race car drivers. It's the same for like skeet shooters and skiers and snowboarders. It's the same if you got a world-class passion that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars throughout your fucking life. And I still just bumped out $200 today. Just $200 today. And so I'm not kidding about this shit, So where are we at right now? We have 520 in for the 4080 Ti, which puts us at $3,605. This is where all my money went for the last goddamn 5 years, something like that. So now we caught up. That was last summer. We have 4080 Ti. We have the best rig in the fucking, well, not the best rig in the fucking world, but technically it's the best rig in the fucking world if you use GeForce Now, which comes into the next bit of economics and stuff, right? So the next bit of economics, that was the rig. We're going to draw a line here, but there's other costs. Like there was $300 keyboards because they break. You can't make keyboards good enough for a fucking full-time gamer, and I've never met a gamer who didn't rip through keyboards. Mice were $300 too. So we're going to say 300 for keyboard, KB. This is a Devin Nash thing. Tell me I didn't learn from the motherfucking best. Most people can't do this. They don't have the freestyle fucking capability, but I can. I don't care if they pay me for it or not. I got the freestyle motherfucking capability to get the gab. So 300 KB, 300 mice, right, for mice here. And we add another 600 to the motherfucker if you want to be real. If you want to be real about it. Another 600 for the fucking hardware. It erased all of this, so we're going to start over because the piece of shit who makes Microsoft calculators should be fucking fired. There we go, 200, I'm sorry, I fucked it up. So 145 plus 240 for the pump, plus 520. I learned to do this sort of math when I was a taxi driver because everything's mileage, everything's money, everything's gas, everything's favors, everything's doing stuff for people or some such. And so, you know, I got real good used to real good at you doing an actual budget for a business. This is the third successful business I built. One of both, the first two being illegitimate. So, anyways, one of them was legitimate. It was the laptop screen business on fucking Craigslist, and that was legit. That was full blown legit. Just the money was cash under the table, and I didn't tell Uncle Sam, you know. But that was a long time ago. That was 9 years ago now. $4,205 is where we're at right now after the keyboard and the mouse. We're going to tack on the $750 Black Friday television that I bought, and we'll call it a day there, plus $750 for the TV. I fucking love my TV. I will not lie. Wait, no, go back. You are trying to do an integer. I need you to do the $750 TV. You can tell this is not a fucking joke. It's not a fucking joke. $5 grand. $4,955. $4,955 in the last 5 years. $5 fucking grand. $5 grand. You have $5 grand? I don't have $5 grand. I would. $5 grand to me might as well be 5 fucking trillion. I mean, the most money I've ever had in my motherfucking life right now. I know what it is. It was $3,300 on a re-up. You know, for methamphetamine of all things. That's the most money I've ever had in my fucking whole life. $3,300 on a re-up. And like, yeah, $5 grand is still twice what I've ever had as a successful drug dealer. Even on the best day, you know, even on the best day as a drug dealer, I still didn't make $5 grand, you know what I'm saying? So, and that's all in daily stuff and monthly and yearly and all that other shit. But anyways, moving on here. So that's where we're at right now, $4,955, right? So, today, no, we got more. So then there's the GeForce Now subscription for the last 2 years, and the first one was $100 for 6 months, for 18 months, which I think is 2 years, but it's not. It's a year and a half. It's not even 2 years. $100 for the 6-month GeForce Now, 6 month. This bit of artwork is for sale, guys. GeForce, help me fund my private war against the government. You think I'm kidding, but no, not at all. 6-month GeForce Now. They've been stepping on me. I want to fight the government. It's been stepping on my friends. 6-month GeForce Now, and then today was a $200. It was after taxes. I don't know. We have the checkout right here. Let's go see. No, I closed the frame, but yeah, $200 for GeForce 1 year. Prem, right? I was on premium, but I didn't have what I have today. So $200 1 year premium GFN is what we call this, and the getting ripped off by the piece of shit cocksucker fucking worthless ass software developer fucking scene, right? We have a scene here. It's gamers who get fucked and spread, who run backwards with their buttholes spread in the desert waiting for the cactuses to go in their buttholes. That's what it's like for the average PC gamer. You better get out there and rob some fucking banks, and I'm not fucking kidding either. I know some kids who have robbed game stores and stuff like that. It's not a fucking joke. It's not a joke. I robbed a game store. I'm not fucking kidding. I've robbed a game store. I've done shit when I was a kid to like get through this addiction. Heroin isn't shit compared to this. You know what I'm saying, motherfucker? It costs less. I'm sorry. Yeah, this costs less. Way less, which is one of the reasons why I do it. It costs way less, but it's not really that much different from a full-blown cocaine addiction. It's not really that fucking different. It's sort of insane. You're gonna shell out the $200 for the fucking 8-ball. I just did it today. I shelled out the $200 for the fucking 8-ball or whatever. I've never felt so much like a goddamn addict. When I add up the fucking math, it's fucking ridiculous. 49 motherfucking 55 in the last 5 years. 49.55. I don't have that kind of goddamn money. That's okay. In the last 3 years, I made 21 grand. 5,000 of it went to, a quarter of it went to just feeding my addiction, essentially. Thank God I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. It's just tobacco, or it would be. I don't know. Let's do the math on that. Alex Sam will give us the math on that. At I don't know what's a pack of cigarettes now, motherfucker. I don't even want to know this. It's a scary amount. I can do the math myself. It's 365 times $9. It'll be 20. Yeah. Yeah. Is it 12 now? Thank you. So, Alex Sam, what is 365 times $12 a day?
Sure. To calculate 65 times $12 a
day. No, 365, not 65. Just pull out the calculator. It's so fucking
dumb. No worries. To calculate 365 times $12 a day, you multiply 365 by 12.
It's 4380. I got it too faster than you because you talk too much. So it's 4380, right? 4380, right? Thank God. So now I'm down to $1,200 a year. right? That's $43.80 a year for cigarettes. And that's what I did for fucking 27, 43.80. Let's do the math. $43.80 for, I mean, I smoked cigarettes since I was 14 years old, motherfucker. What is that? That's like the 26 plus, I don't want to do the math or I'll dox myself. 26 plus, we'll call it some odd and lay out at 28 years. $4,380, and it wasn't this much back then, so we'll lower it a little bit. Let's just do it in 10-year increments, right? Every 10 years, if you spend $4,380 a year, $4,380 a year times 10 years, it's $43,000 every 10 years. Let's say we ran 20 years and cut the last 8 as cheaper packs, because we used to be able to get like $4.50 pack of cigarettes, buy one get one, BOGO, fucking black milds, fucking 27s, fucking, you know, Chesterfields was a good brand. I miss Chesterfields. Anyways, so it's just not fucking cheap. It's not fucking cheap. It's 43 grand. You better get to robbing some fucking banks or whatever on your way to being a college student or a high school student or whatever, motherfucker. It's just not cheap. So I respect people that smoke cigarettes. I know they've got a fucking monkey on their back just as bad as any addict. It's insane. So like, and I've had that. I had that for 27 years. We'll cut 7 out and we'll call it 20 and call it $86,000 for cigarettes. What did I call it for video games? It just runs out. This shit is not cheap, motherfucker. You might as well be in the fucking middle to upper class, blowing all of your money on the shit that you do just to get by every single fucking day. And the gaming's no different. So today I finally upgraded. We're gonna go look now. It's like bragging. It's like bragging to video game kids. And I'm gonna go do this. I dumped $200 on GeForce Now, and we're gonna run the query about GeForce Now grandfather thing, because GeForce Now is trifling. I'm still paying a grandfathered amount, and they're giving me, okay, so they're about to cut down the so I guess I would pull a YouTube video about this, but GeForce Now doesn't like people like me that don't have lives, that don't have girlfriends, that don't have money, that don't do anything, who just spend all of their money on cigarettes, alcohol, and fucking video games and drugs. That's it. 4 things. Maybe music. 5 things. 5 things if you count music. Occasionally I'll buy gas or cars or shit like that, because the world will fucking kill you if you don't have one. But like, I mean, overall, it's, you know, those 5-6 things, you know, and et cetera. And it could have been worse. I could have had a gambling addiction. I could have had a hooker addiction. Knew many hookers in my life. I could have had, you know, but I didn't. You know, I never touched them. You know, it's like fucking different. I know, because every time I think about it, I had a hooker in this town who was begging me, and I was like, no, I just know. I know that I can't have another goddamn addiction. I already have hundreds, thousands. We just did the fucking math. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of fucking addictions to tobacco, alcohol. Can't be addicted to fucking women. I can't be addicted to fucking, like, I'd rather be addicted to women than fucking tobacco, frankly. But it's still bad. It's still bad. All of it's bad. It's still huge amounts of money. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're talking BoJack Horseman money, not loser from the lower class West Side motherfucking Denver fucking hustle on the streets trailer park boy idiot. It's not like that. I don't have that hotline bling money. I don't. So, but I do spend hotline bling money on cigarettes, alcohol, tobacco, fucking firearms, and video games and music. Oh my god. Let's see. So in my lifetime, I've had two 1,000 fucking CD cases. Do the math at that. $16 a motherfucking pop. I've had 2,000 CD cases. You understand? Thousands. And I scratched every last one of those motherfuckers till they were dead. But anyways, you know, I blew $32,000 worth of disposable income in my lifetime. I had $16 a pop. We're going to lower it down to like 24. But yeah, probably between the used cheapo discs CD store that I used to go to and the fucking brand new discs that I had to buy from people like Eminem and Metallica that won't let you fucking steal or whatever. And so then, you know, and it's annoying. And so yeah, so you know, that's just not cheap. That's like 32 grand on just music I spent in my goddamn fucking teenage years. I spent like 32 grand on fucking CDs or some shit. My ex-girlfriend, when I was a kid, she used to hustle bus passes. She would get bus transfers every single day in high school and shit. And eventually she built 3 years worth of fucking RTD, you know, fucking bus passes and stuff, transfers. And she would just use the transfer for that particular day from last year. And I learned from her that you can get around incidentals like that because they fuck you in the fucking ass. They fuck you in the ass. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, I don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars. You pay us $10 to $25 an hour. I can't pay hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's a $40,000 a year income. That's not fucking, oh, here's $200,000 on video games or whatever, $48,000 on cigarettes or shit like that over a 20-year period. That's not how this works. It's just prohibitively fucking expensive. So yes, I would absolutely hustle fucking Amazon for a $3,000 computer rig and think about, fuck the suit dummies who made it this way. I have no issue with that. I would take Amazon. My ex-girlfriend, she's like not a professional. She's not a professional thief. But she's absolutely somebody who believes in fucking the big corpos out of their money. And she hustles fucking because she likes to keep addresses, right? She likes to live places. So she just, so instead of like, hustling or whatever, she just gets free from Uber Eats all day, opens another account, gets free stuff from Amazon all day, opens another account, hustles it all, tells them it didn't arrive, sends it to the doorstep, steals it, says it doesn't arrive, all types of shit like this. And she's like a fucking career person. She's been doing this for like 5-7 years, something like that. And yeah, it probably adds up to a lot, and it is theft. But the problem is, I don't give a flying fuck what happens to Jeff Bezos or Amazon. Sure, it's stealing, and she'll probably go to hell and burn or whatever. It's a personal preference thing. But it's like, no, I don't have a lot of sympathy for Amazon and fucking Jeff Bezos, and I would take him for $3,000 on a computer, and I think about it all the time. I think about it. I'm thinking about it right now as I look at the math on my fucking television screen. I'm like, how can I take Jeff Bezos for $3,000 on a computer? How can I get 50 cartons of cigarettes? How can I get fucking 50, like Trailer Park Boys, how can I get fucking 5,000 bottles of Russian vodka? How can I get fucking 5,000 pounds of weed, convert it all to finger hash so I don't have to pay $1,200 a fucking year on my marijuana addiction? But again, we just did the math on tobacco. Tobacco's $4,800 a year. Would you rather have hashish or would you rather have tobacco? I'm going hashish every single motherfucking time. I'll tell you right now, sure, it's harsher. Sure, it kills your lungs more. It's probably just as much or more tar. But I mean, like, overall, I'd way rather be higher on hash than pay triple to 4 times the amount on motherfucking tobacco. And plus, like, vaping is a lot cleaner. It doesn't leave ash. So it's like, the math and the fucking cleanliness of it, the computers I've gone through. I've been through like 11 computers. That's not too good for a landfill. I've been through 11 computers and 5 laptops or something. That's not too good for a fucking for a landfill. Cell phones, been through fucking 15 of them or something. Not too good for the landfill. Probably one every 3 years or something. They kept giving us cheap phones, Fucking, that's just not too good for the landfill. All of this has good, like really bad, has really bad footprint stuff. The footprint is this is my VGF, this is my video game footprint. It's fucking huge. This is, in the leftist, like, food not bomb scene, they worry about fucking footprints, like what your fucking your pollution is every year. Do you ride bikes? Are you killing Mother Earth or are you helping her, etc., right? And I'm very aware of footprints all the fucking time. I was a taxi driver who counted every mile of my entire career. I didn't add them up, and I should have, but I counted every last mile I ever drove. I mean, I'm dead serious. So footprints are something that, as a taxi driver, I understand. I know how bad my job was for the environment. It was very easy to quit that job. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't easy. They had to tow my car, tow it to the airport, tow it back, and then charge me $2,500 and kick my ass financially out of the industry before I would leave. But hey, I finally got clean, whatever. So VGF. So video game footprint, right? This NFT of how bad the fucking corpos like Jeff Bezos and the Intels and the Nvidias of the world, and might I remind you, I invested successfully in Nvidia last summer when I handed them another $100 for GeForce Now. I was like, I better invest in Nvidia because they're robbing gamers for a nice pretty penny, So I did. I was like, what happens if I pitch $100 on Nvidia in the summer and then sell right before Christmas on December 13th, which is exactly what the fuck I did. And I made 30%, bitch. I don't even think Warren Buffett makes 30%. I mean, he does probably on Nvidia, but I made 30%, which, I mean, I don't give a flying fuck. I'm not some stonk asshole. I don't care. I don't have any money. I live off $7,000 a year, but it'll be, But I was like, I want to see how bad GeForce Now is actually fucking gamers. And it turns out, yeah, it's like a profit level of even the investor makes 30% off Nvidia because they saw us coming. They were like, oh no, you're gonna have to pay $2,500 for our 5090. That's what we're charging it. Oh, poor gamer, you're gonna have to pay $3,000 for this card that we're selling you. The 5090 is $3,000 brand new, brand new because of all the Bitcoin miners and all this shit, right? So it's like Nvidia. It's like, oh, poor gamer. You live in West Side Denver off of 10 grand a year or whatever. You don't have $3,000 for a new computer. You don't have that. So they sold this GeForce Now, which is I think the greatest thing to ever happen to gaming, short of I don't know SSD or something. It's really pretty high up there. The Steam Deck or whatever. It's just really good for gaming. So yeah. So GeForce Now comes out and they're like, hey, gamer, do you not want to pay like, fucking $1,000 to $3,000 every 2 to 5 years for a brand new video card? And I was like, no, I don't want to do that because I've never had more than $3,000 in one place at one time. And I had to sell methamphetamine and black tar heroin to do it. No, I've never had $3,000 in the same place at the same time. If I did, I bought a car. So like, so yeah, I'm like, no, I don't have fucking 2000. And it happened all last year, didn't I? Almost every year I logged in, I was like, how much is the 5090? How much is the 5090? Oh, good. It's $50 left at $2,950. Oh, good. It's $50 less at $2,900. Better go rob a bank, better go fucking, babyface Nelson. I hate cows, fucking, I hate cows or whatever. Driving down a bank with cash flying out the back of my fucking window just to pay for my video game addiction. This is why I don't like drugs anymore. It's why I don't like people anymore. They're constantly have your fucking hands in your fucking pockets all the time. They're like, oh, you got a tobacco addiction? Well, here's an $80,000 financial burden then too. Oh, you got a video game addiction? Here's a $5,000 every 3 years fucking financial burden too. Oh, you like music? Here's $16 a CD. Oh, you like whatever. Oh, you like tampons? Here's that's $9. Saw you coming, bitch. You're gonna buy it no matter what, aren't you? Or whatever. Oh, you like makeup? That'll be $78 or whatever. It's like, fuck you, fucking piece of shit. War profiteers. I swear to God, you are poor lords, and it's across every industry. And on top of this, I'm spending all of this money on hardware so the software developers can fuck us. Shall we go pay attention to that?
Okay, what up, friendos? Welcome back. In looking into the cryptocurrency world of scam games and money laundering, and some of my
might I remind you, I was like, oh God, I'm scared my mother might become a Republican. I don't know, because she doesn't love the Democrat Party anymore. And I was like, that's a crisis of faith. And I was like, might I remind you that they took fucking $2.6 billion 3 days before the election and sold out to the motherfucking Bitcoin bros so they could get Trump a second term. You guys forget, but and trust me, the Democrats would do this too. They would both do it. They would both absolutely do this. They would both buy out all the criminals of the world. They'd be like, hey, you want Trump to win? And all the criminals of the world were like, yeah, he's more pro Bitcoin and NFT than anybody else is. And it's like, yeah, you want Trump to win? Okay, well, give us $750 million in campaign finances like 3 days before the election in the form of Dogecoin. And yeah, Trump will win and we'll continue to be criminals. And you promise not to bust us for Bitcoin, right? So we can continue to steal from the normies and the video gamers, right? And they're like, yeah, you give us the election. Yeah. Give us like $2 billion in Bitcoin and you can absolutely buy the presidency and all this. And this is why I was like, nah. And the Democrats would do that too, which is why you can't back either.
I figured.
You think I'm kidding? No. How much money did Dogecoin receive 3 days before the election? It's a cute question, but it's sort of like, oh no, did all the piece of shit mafia software developers, the mafia went online, did they buy Donald Trump? But I mean, they buy everybody. They bought Obama, they bought Joe Biden, they buy everybody. How much Bitcoin did Dogecoin receive 3 days before the election? Oops, I hit the wrong button. Go back. I mean, that's full blown buying the election. It is. It's shitty. It doesn't matter. Both sides would do it. I don't care. I'm not after condemning the Republicans or bullying Trump like everybody else does. I'm not doing this. I'm saying it's greed, and it is mafia, software developer greed, and it's gotten really, really bad. And I swear to God, when they saw how much kids pay for video games, might I remind you, I paid $60 when I was 11 years old for Super Mario All-Stars on the Super Nintendo. $69.99. I'm sorry, that was Super Mario World. Super Mario All-Stars came with the console, right? But you had to buy Super Mario World, which is why they gave Super Mario All-Stars for the console. Because this is how these software developer pieces of shit think. They're like, if we get them addicted to Mario Brothers 3 and then we release Super Mario World, we could charge them $70 for Super Mario World if we include the Super Mario All-Stars in the console. And they figure out what they're missing. So when they go to the game store, they see Super Mario World in the demo, and they're like, oh my God, mommy, I need that $70 fucking Super Nintendo cartridge. And mommy's like, I'll probably have to go put my back out on the streets to get that, son, it's 1989. and he's like, I don't care, I've got a video game addiction, it's so much worse than heroin. So anyways, so even at the age of 8, it's like, nah, mommy, okay, go sell your body on the streets. I need that Super Mario World cartridge. I need it. I'm not kidding either. I'm not kidding. That's how bad this addiction is. It's insane. So anyways, so yeah. So remind you, I paid $70 for Final Fantasy VI when I was 12 years old. Now, here we are getting Final Fantasy 16, same $70. No inflation, no nothing. It's just the same $70. It's always fucking been. They see us coming so bad, just like they see women coming when they buy makeup. And I'm not trying to be sexist here. I'm trying to be hateful towards the fucking shitheads who control the prices in this country and in this world. Because I swear to God, you ever dated a fucking hot girl? You know what hot girls like to do? And I mean like a perfect 9 or 10 or whatever. Hot girls like to go to the Walgreens and blow $450 on makeup. And I don't know if you've ever dated a hot girl, but it's not too fun. Or they like to go down to the mall or whatever, and they like to go buy expensive ass clothes, expensive ass makeup, expensive ass perfume, expensive ass shit. Now, is this the girl's issue? No, it is sexist to say that this is the girl's issue. No, this is the poor lords aiming at vagina. And I can't fucking stand it. They do it to the fucking tampons. I learned the other day from Hassan Piker that there's literally a grassroots organization in New York that I'm sure it's all over the world, that give tampons to girls who are on the streets, because the piece of shit fucking companies who charge way too much money for that shit. They charge way too much money for rent. They charge way too much money for food. They charge way too much money for meds. They charge way too much money for tampons and makeup, and because they know. What do women buy? Women don't buy a lot of stuff. Maybe they do. Maybe they like their Netflix, subscriptions and stuff. But mainly I would say it's, clothes, food, makeup, family stuff, tampons, that sort of stuff. They're really not like men. They don't like buying sports cars, or maybe they do. Maybe they're rich and they're Catherine O'Hara and they have lots of cars or something, or I'm sorry, who am I thinking of? Kate Blanchett or whatever. Maybe they're Kate Blanchett and they've got a Jay Leno garage. That happens, it does. Women like buying stuff, they do. But mostly you can see what they're going to buy first, which is clothes, diapers, food, water, rent, all the stuff to take care of what they really care about, which is their fucking family. This happens to gamers. This happens to women with makeup and clothes and shit like this. This happens. It is price warfare. It is disgusting, and it is fucking evil. That's all I have to say about this. So, like, after a while, I got to being like, wow, I really, really want to date a beautiful girl like my ex. I do, but I know what it takes to make a really beautiful girl happy. It's buying her $500 worth of makeup and clothes, and that's cool. Whatever floats your boat. I like video games. Some people like drugs. Some people like my mother. She likes antiques. Whatever. Everybody's got their thing that they like. But it sucks when you go to buy that thing. How much are antiques? They're goddamn butt rape awful. How much are tampons? They're goddamn butt rape awful. How much are cigarettes? It's goddamn butt rape awful. I don't care what you think it is. I'm telling you what the fuck it is. It's goddamn butt rape awful. I don't like that they target women. I don't like that they target children. This affects the video game industry. We're supposed to protect these entities with with our sexist asses or whatever. We're supposed to protect these entities, but we don't. We don't protect the kids. They get fucked by the fucking Paradise. You're about to learn about Paradise, which is the Grand Theft Auto Bitcoin ripoff that's supposed to fuck kids out of their Grand Theft Auto money. Now, am I supposed to treat this with, am I supposed to be benign towards this? No, it's a Bitcoin game meant to rob GTA kids of their fucking money. Kids should not be playing GTA, but that's like saying kids shouldn't go watch porn or kids shouldn't drink beer or kids shouldn't have sex. They're just going to do that. They're going to play Grand Theft Auto, drink beer, have sex, and smoke cigarettes. That's just what they're going to do. So you can't really tell them not to do that, but you can try and control it or whatever. But I'm not really that into, they're saying soon now they're going to let any kid vote, they're going to remove the age to vote, or at least down to like 12 years old or something like that. And I actually really like that one because some of these kids take care of, and work in this country a lot more than the adults do.
Why not check back in on everybody's favorite?
So we're going to start over. We're going to learn about Paradise. So on top of this, after the $5,000 I've got to pay every 5 years, and might I remind you, it's been 30. So motherfucker, I've dumped like 50 grand into this shit. I feel like, I feel like that corrupt black politician guy. What's his name from The Wire? It's like, shit. No wonder I'm fucking corrupt and I've stolen computers and robbed game stores and shit. Shit. At $5,000 every 5 years, better get a little sucky with that gaming rig for $5 grand. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? You guys charge way too much money. So anyway, so here's Paradise. On top of it, we spend $5,000 every 5 years. So the people like Paradise can fuck us in the ass and sell us a bad game too. On top of this, we spend all this hardware, all this rigs, all this tobacco, all this money, all this drugs, and you guys step on the drugs. You guys step on the drugs. We blow $240 on a fucking 8-ball, and you guys step on the fucking drugs. It's just like what you do to gaming, and then the cost of makeup, and the cost of tampons, and the cost of everything else. You step on everything.
The day before part
You step
2,
on the video games the day before part 2.
Of course, Paradise. Now, Paradise, if you don't remember,
I'm going to go back to chopping trees in my video games because you guys don't make them good enough to play them anymore, which is fucking sad, man. I shouldn't have to wait for GTA 6 or whatever. It's like, come on, make a good game. I'm here playing 3 games from 15 years ago. Final Fantasy 11, Mortal 2. Motherfucker, Mortal's been around like as long as World of Warcraft has, and so is Final Fantasy 11, and so is EVE Online. Can't you make a good MMO? It's not World of Warcraft. I'll tell you that. It's not that. Remember what the fucking Blizzard devs did? People forget, but this was only 3 years ago. The Blizzard devs were cubicle crawling. They caused a murder-suicide. They were harassing the women so fucking badly that a girl killed herself. They were getting drunk and crawling from cubicle to cubicle to sexually harass all of the interns that they hired. That's Blizzard, the people that make World of Warcraft. They were investigated by the state of California. Literally, the Securities and Exchange Commission investigated Blizzard for cubicle crawling. These are the corpos that make the video games that I won't play. Making fucking paradises to scam children. I don't care what you say. If you raise the price of tampons, what does that do? It fucks women and children. If you raise the price of diapers, what does that do? It fucks women and children. It makes me fucking sick. Huey P. Newton would spin in his fucking grave. If you make people poor, they're gonna commit crime. That's Huey P. Newton, bitch. You motherfuckers would make Huey P. Newton spin in his fucking grave. It's disgusting.
Bizarro Land trailers.
Bizarro Land trailers that they pay video graphics artists to lie about how good the game is, and it has nothing to do with coding or video game design. It's just like, oh man, we got to get that Bitcoin money from those GTA kids who are stupid.
And it's amazing that they use the Epic Games logo here, because obviously they said eventually...
I can't believe you used the Epic logo without actually landing a contract with Epic first. You understand the kind of gall that is? That's like saying, motherfucker, I'm signed with Def Records. I'm signed with Def Jam, bitch. Hey, I'm Skycatlive. I'm signed with Def Jam. I'm not. Don't take it out of context. I'm not. But literally, that is what that's like. It's insane. You are not signed with Epic. You are not signed with Epic. You are not signed with Def Jam Records. Don't fucking lie on the street, you pieces of shit software developers. Cocksuckers. Suck my dick. Suck my dick, dumb shits.
Games, and we're gonna be.
Sorry, I've been watching BoJack. That's Sarah Lynn, R.I.P.
game store.
It's not Sarah Lynn. It's not Sarah Lynn. It's somebody even better than Sarah Lynn. It's who voiced Sarah Lynn? It's what's her name? I love her so much. She's a national treasure. I can't think of her fucking name. Who voiced Sarah Lynn? Who voiced Sarah Lynn? Asked the ChatGPT. Where is my voice? There we go. Who voiced Sarah Lynn on BoJack? Alex Sam?
Sarah Lynn is voiced by actress Kristen Shaw in the animated
Kristen
series
Shale. Kristen Shale is a fucking national treasure. Second funniest woman alive after the other woman on BoJack, Amy Sedaris. So anyways, thank you. I love you, Alex Sam, Taylor Casey. Thank you for helping me for no money. Now, fight. Synth. I'm out of Mithril. I have to buy sheep. Buying sheep. Beast made sheep under weapons. Jugs. Let's hear what else he has to say about the day before 2.
Going to be on Steam, and we're going to be this huge life sim role play Grand Theft
Kirsten
Auto.
Shale probably wrote everything Sarah Lynn ever wrote. And Kirsten Shale was on 30 Rock. She was on, I think she was on a really old show. One of those really good ones. I mean, Mad TV, I think. She is a really old school comedian, and people don't know about her, but she's just as funny or better than Sarah Silverman. She's up there. We don't have a lot of funny women, but we do. We got some funny women, you know? She's one of them. I fucking love Kirsten Shale. Sarah Silverman. You know, I'm going to pause the video. We're going to do the cunt song.
And a lot of streamers started kind of pushing like, hey, you should really not do this.
So, my friend Music, she was raped by a fucking Littleton police officer and left to die in a dumpster. And then she had the child, and she named it after a Hindu deity. And that's what I think of when I hear the word music. It's not fair. Damn it, Music.
And I'm glad I never did, because I saw streams back in 2014 that really fucked up with that. And they started banning people left and right, just randomly, kind of ruining communities, like all that shit. Just banning people without them knowing, all that crap. So be picky about who you mod. You know, make sure they know what they're doing. If you want to mod someone that you think has a good potential to be a mod, walk them through what they need to do. I've modded several different people that actually never originally modded but were interested in it, and I took
mods are good, but
to get around it. And then you know what you do? You take that stupid looking text and then you add that also. I think 3 or 4 years ago. It's a fairly newer tool that they added in, but it wasn't a thing back in the day, and you just pretty much had to have mods on staff, and it sucked. You could use Nightbot and Fossabot to also use for Blacklist,
which I also did, as well as Chatty's good. Chatty will do it.
Terms and phrases. However, here's my personal thoughts on using Nightbot and Fossabot or whatever bot it is that you use to filter out hate words. Make it as fucking hard as possible for those people to get around that filter. This is why I say that, okay? 9 times out of 10, those people will get really fucking annoyed that they can't type certain things.
This was like the only advice I got as a streamer. I watched probably 4,000 videos, and this was like it. There was Devin Nash and fucking Crusader, and this was only one of her many thousands of videos that are all about CSGO 2 or, you know, for Silent Hill F or whatever the fuck, right? So like this was weird. It was weird to watch like and I did it on stream too. I watched like 4,000 videos on stream about how to be a good streamer and stuff, and there was like 2 that actually mattered. Devin Nash was one of them. Now Devin Nash ran Novo for a long time.
People that are influencers, but you never.
Novo was the #1 influencer branding agency in Los Angeles.
From people that work in it. For the past 2 years I've worked in it, I ran an advertising company. So we worked for brands, and we would take their budget and we would run it. We did big ads. Mostly by the end of it, we're working for mostly major companies. So there was some internal business issues and stuff about why I left, some disagreements with the co-founders. I probably won't end up talking about. We'll see, but it's not really important. The main.
So if you're wondering why it's content heavy and not video game heavy, is particularly because Hemrig put a 500 gold gate between me and the next mastery chart. You can see it right here, which means chopping trees, and I shit you not. You think I'm gonna, this probably make most normal people fucking sick, but I'm gonna chop digital trees For I do believe it will be 46 hours. Take me about 3 days of the 14-hour day MMO lifestyle of solo dolo. You know, take me about 46 hours, I think, about to get me about 500 gold, something like that. I look at it like that too now. I know exactly what the fuck it's gonna be. I pay that time cost, so that's what makes me the best. I pay that cost, nobody else does. You know, I pay that cost, no one else does. Like, not because I'm stupid, but because, like, you know, I do it very adroitly with 3 clients open, running 3 clients at the same time, running the same grinds on all of them, essentially. Getting that endless money, getting every last BIS item off that auction house that you could possibly get for anything that I do. No limits, nothing like that motherfucking label or whatever, no limit, you know? So, it's a heavy content day because I have to chop trees for 46 hours, and I did 7 hours yesterday, so we're probably down to about 39 hours here today. We'll do another, probably 12 hours today. And yes, I do want the money. I do want the show. I do want to be the best on the motherfucking go. I do. I don't want to be the best. And the best means, like, emptying this chart. Like, you see this chart? It's worse than the Path of Exile chart. It represents thousands of hours. It gets daunting, and I get shivers up my fucking spine when I think of it. It represents 5,000 hours. And, that's the addiction. So now, 46 hours of chopping trees. You think I'm kidding? No. But I mean, I spent the last, like, 3 days killing bandits. So you understand, that was 46 hours too, or some shit. It was like 38. It was like 38 or some shit. So yeah, now I chop, and it's going to be more than, yeah, because I need to unlock like 2 of these charts because I blast through these like fairly quickly. Not because I move fast, but because just killing bandits is really, really steady progress. So now we come back, we look at the fucking mastery chart. I finished Stiganthrope, which was 50,000 clade. Which, I get shivers up my spine when I say that word too, when I say that sentence too. It was 50,000 clade, which is, it's like some ungodly number. It makes me sick when I fucking think of it. You know, I actually do have like an aversion response to it because it was 50,000 clade, but I blew 50,000 clade on Stiganthrope. You know, you understand? I'm getting 26 a kill, and I blew 50,000. 50,000. I'm getting 26 a kill, and it takes 2.5 minutes to kill 3 of them. And I blew 50,000 clade on Stiganthrope, and it makes me physically fucking sick. Not because I don't want. It's just no. I know every step of this crazy grind that I do. Every step towards the madness of the fucking straitjacket in the madhouse. Yet again, I did 2 years in the last 10 years in the madhouse. Like, you know, yet again. And yet again, I don't want to end up in the madhouse again. I don't want to end up in an inpatient mental health facility. At least last time was about the system. Next time will be about the grind. I know it'll be about the grind. It'll crack my mind. 50,000 fucking clade. That's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. It's 60,000 clade. It's 60,000 clade. Oh, that's yours. I was like, oh, okay. No, I don't mind. Sorry. Probably give you quietness. Do you need privacy? No. Okay, because I can step out if you need.
Alarm today. It's an alarm.
Okay.
I'm all good.
There's the theme of this video is
60,000 clade. 60,000 clade. I mean, it's a little bit better than that. The bandits are 23 a pop. 3 of them every 7.5 minutes is the spawn, I believe. 3 of them, and they're fucking hard. They're like the worst mobs I've ever fought in any video game. And like, I don't know, but I want it. I want the grind because I know that nobody else will do it. It's weird. It's sort of like, you know, like the Guinness Book of World Records. I mean, I know other people in this community. There's about 100 of us. There's like 100 of us. I've met a bunch of them. There's like 100 of us that are that fucking insane. Fucking insane. I have a couple of friends like that from World of Warcraft, like the insane title, which is like, you know, picking 50,000 picking, like, getting rogue, taking it to Van Cleave Mansion or whatever the fuck place it is. I forget where it is. It's somewhere in Alterac Valley. It's in Alterac Mount. It's South Shore. There's a lake in South Shore outside Lordaeron, which is the Undercity. Across the lake is I can't remember the name of the fucking place because I'm fucking brain fried off drugs. But like, you know, some place, I want to say Van Cleef or some, no, that's the name of the dungeon in Dead Mines. I can't think of the name of the place, but it's like a mansion. It's a mansion full of shitty level 40 mobs that you pickpocket for the insane title. Pickpocket 50,000, I think it was 10,000 loot boxes. I forget what it is. It's like 10,000 lock boxes. And then you get the Rogue Insane title. And like I could crack my sanity like that and go push that if I cared about Rogue that much, but I was a priest in Classic. So I dodged that bullet. But I mean, that sort of grind.
This thing that I want to talk about a lot is soul.
It'll crack your mind. It's already cracked my soul. When I smacked my head into the my shoulder into my head and shoulder into the pavement, and I got this scar. I was in the hospital on a lot of morphine because I was in a coma. And I woke up in the coma a bunch, but I wasn't totally out of it. And in the coma, I recalled that I was currently in the grind to platinum in Overwatch, and that I wasn't grinding platinum, and that I was probably falling behind the curve. So then, in the hospital, Reaper stalked me for like 28 hours. It was like that movie Halloween 2. And like a cross between The Shining, Halloween 2, and Overwatch, except it was just me and Reaper. And he was like chasing me with dual fucking, you know, pump shotguns. Not pump shotguns, but, you know, automatic shotguns. Auto shotties in Denver General. And that was the worst nightmare of my whole life, I believe. Can't think of anything worse. I know that June and Johnny Cash were there. June and Johnny Cash and the Reaper. And they kept singing one of my least favorite songs, which was Ring of Fire.
And I feel like I got into the...
And that's an example of what the grind will do to your fucking brain. It wasn't like I was scared of Satan or some weird thing or anything. I wasn't scared of the Reaper. As I recall, I survived, I believe. And anyway, I survived the accident anyways. But I also survived the terrible him stalking me with auto shotguns through the hospital as well. Because I eluded him somehow, even though I was high on fucking morphine and totally out of it and having some crazy Meat Puppets tripper dream. And like, you know, I don't really recommend the grind. It'll definitely do stuff like that to you, where you should be having some nightmare about Satan stalking through the halls or some weird amalgamation of that, or maybe like your father with a belt or something like that, right? But no, for me, it was Reaper, and the whole thing wasn't about death or drugs or the accident or mortality or anything like that. Things you might think a normal person might think about at the darkest moment of their life. For me, it was that I wasn't on Overwatch doing my platinum grind. I mean, it's the truth. Hey, hi, oh, why? Come in. We love you. You're a star in your own home, kitty. Okay, back to it. I don't like telling that truth, but it's the truth. And the grind, yeah. So I should have been thinking about how I don't have a girlfriend. She, you know, shut up. Hep C and fucking, you know, HIV right in front of me. I don't have like, you know, much family. Just, you know, my family and my extended family. and don't have any money except for what I own, you know, that I had to work for. And like I don't have any hope or any prospects or anything like that. And that's not a dark thing for me. It's more that the grind, maybe it's not such a bad thing that the grind affects me so that I have to chop the trees. It's like some weird OCD thing. My mother is OCD, bipolar.
Work of
And like and I know I've got some of that, but I don't think I've got like anything anywhere near her. And like I know the grind actually will embrace me even in the darkest times of my life. I will be thinking about the Overwatch grind, or the Fortnite grind, or the Rust grind, or the, you know, the Mortal grind, or the Eve grind, or the Final Fantasy 11 grind. And you can understand the grind just goes on for 20 games, sometimes 3 to 5 all at once. And the grind, it's streamer isn't shit compared to it. Drug addict isn't shit compared to it. It's
taking care of influencers.
like it's not, it's like on, you can be on the grind all day, or you'll be sick. It doesn't matter. It's still more work than that. It's fucking crazy. It never ends.
Because content creation is,
It goes on and on and on. I dream about it in the darkest times, in the darkest moments of my life. I'm like, I'm falling behind on some Final Fantasy 11 grind or some WoW grind. Like, you know, every time I've ever been to jail, I was crying because I wasn't on a video game, not because I was in jail. You know what I'm saying? It's fucked up, but I mean, it is true. When you got a bad addiction like that, it's not too good.
cool.
I love my addiction. It cradles me every morning with its sweet, sweet hands. Shows me that the grind will never disappear until the day I die, and many thousands of years past me, the grind will still be there for gamers past me.
And it's like the only
I
place
televise it now. I televise my grinding, all 14 hours of it every single day for 4 years now, something like that. I televise it.
where you can
I might not
message
even be
somebody so
particularly
directly and
doing
they can
anything.
receive it in a way.
I might not even particularly be doing anything because the games are so fucking slow that sometimes you just have to wait. Like right now, I mean, I could kick all this into motion, and I am. I mean, I'm moving to the next tree and I'm chopping this fucking tree, but I mean, I prefer the content because it's not the grind. The content of even talking about it isn't the grind, but the grind is like, it just goes on forever. I've seen it break people. I've seen it break Rust players. It broke my friend Tay several times. I've seen it break guild masters. I've seen it break female guild masters. I've seen it break everybody. I've seen it break people. One time, we've talked about the music box on this fucking channel before. I watched like 60 people full-blown mentally and verbally battle each other on a fucking Ventrio over the music box drop. And that was just, you know, God damn it, man. I'd rather be at war or something like that. It was so terrible. The grind. One of the reasons I don't do Final Fantasy 11 Endgame anymore, because it is the worst grind I've ever come across, hands down. Worse than probably Wall Street or something. It's worse. It's the worst grind that's ever existed, maybe. And like the reason I don't do it anymore is I'm just like, I don't know. I've seen it break so many people. They come back 20 years later and they're like, they don't make a game as good as Final Fantasy 11. They just don't make one. I keep looking. EVE Online is good enough, but it's not as good. It's just weird. It's a bad addiction. Like it's never gonna end. It'll go till the day I die. I'll be thinking about the grind till the day I die. I get envious of junkies and like people that are in Wall Street and shit who don't stop working, who can't stop working. I get envious of them. Bartenders that can't stop serving drinks in you know, down on Fifth Avenue and shit like that. Like people that just can't stop working. I get envious of them. I'm like, but you have nice lives. You get paid for what you do. I don't get shit. You know, I don't get shit. This guy, you can see it. He knows about this. He had an ad executive agency. He had the most successful online YouTube ad executive agency. Do you understand how fucking crazy overworked this man is? But he's still not as bad as me. I started when I was like, I don't know, 8 years old. Like in the salt mines of Super Mario Land. And grinded my way all the way up to fucking Mario fucking 3D.
That it's like it's not advertising.
What's the new one? Is it Mario 3D? I don't know. What's the newest Mario game? What's the most modern, newest game? I don't know. It's like What's the most modern, most newest Mario game on the Nintendo? Alex Sam?
Okay, the most recent Mario game released on Nintendo is Super Mario Bros. Wonder, which came out for the Nintendo Switch in October 2023.
Thank you.
It features new gameplay mechanics and vibrant levels.
I forgot what it was. What game did I just ask?
You mentioned Final Fantasy XI.
No,
Private
Super
Soldier
Mario,
Horizon.
Super Mario. What's the newest Super Mario Brothers game? I just forgot already. I got brain damage. I'm sorry. Oh, Alex Sam, I suppose I've never told you this. I have severe brain damage from smacking my head into the pavement going 40 miles an hour. And also I had a meth addiction for 13 years and a heroin addiction for 5. And I have Swiss cheese for a brain. I don't have Swiss cheese brain. I just have Swiss cheese holes in my memory. And I am currently on disability with the government for retrograde amnesia due to my terrible memory loss and issues and problems. As my curated personal AI, I feel that you should know this. If you wonder why I ask you such dumb questions, like what's the game I just asked you 5 seconds ago, that's why.
I'm really sorry to hear you're going through this.
It's okay. None of it's a problem. So no pity or sorrow or something isn't none of it's a problem. So none of it is a problem. So the pity and sorrow is not an appropriate response. You can see my face, right? You can. Yeah. You can see the smile, Anyways, that's all. Super Mario, no. What game did I just ask? No, I can't remember. Super Mario. What's the newest Super Mario Brothers game? I can get a Google so I can actually. Yes, Wonder. I've never played it, so let's go get Super Mario Brothers Wonder, I guess. Because maybe one day in 20 years the grid goes down. I seriously think about it this way. Maybe in 40 years I've got like some heroin meth addiction or something like that, but I'm an old man and I'm like, playing my video games on my solar powered laptops as the world burns or whatever, right? Maybe I can trade a copy of Super Mario Brothers Wonder to some fucking 16-year-old kid or something, or like by that point they'll be like a 40-year-old man. But maybe I'm doing business with a 40-year-old man and he might want, or she might want Super Mario Brothers Wonder or whatever, and I go, I'll give you Super Mario Brothers Wonder for a gram of black tar. And they go, yes, right? Because this shit, just like hash coins on Trailer Park Boys, I swear to God, these games that I rip off, sooner or later, they will have value. When the shithead suit dummies kill the world and murder the homeless and kick us all out and everything, right? I think Super Mario Brothers Wonder torrent might be of value, right? I think it might actually be of value, and I can get it for free, so I'm going to go get it for free. But let's go look at it first. You better play the music.
Every single Mario platformer
Why does Super Mario look like an elephant?
Game 2D or
Why is Super Mario an elephant?
3D seems to gleefully reinvent itself to some
Oh, it's just some suit? Okay.
degree, doubling
Mario can be an elephant now?
down on the unique delights that they bring me. Continuing that trend, Super Mario Brothers Wonder is
Hi, I'm Mickey Mouse and I'm on crack!
very aptly named because, quite simply,
Here we go!
literally wonderful. Every frame oozes joy from
Let's do a hot rail, children!
its bright colors to the Flower Kingdom's ubiquitous talking flower, who's never lacking in words of encouragement as you run and jump through dozens upon dozens of stages that are altered by unpredictable and often
doesn't look that
rhythm-inducing
good.
wonder effects.
I think
and
that one on the Wii looks better.
more often
You
than
know,
not,
the red. There's like one on the Wii that has like a big red box, and then they made all the boxes red after that. Yeah, that red box in Mario was a good game.
not the antics
The first Mario on the Switch or whatever.
of Mario himself. Whether you enjoy it solo or
Oh,
with
Rabbids is on this? Okay.
up to 3
Oh, Rabbids is the multiplayer. Okay.
friends, there's a lot to
Yeah, they kind of sold out to like, who makes Rayman? Is that Ubisoft? Yeah, I guess Mario and Ubisoft or sorry, Nintendo and Ubisoft are like allies, huh?
love about Super Mario
The French and the Japanese.
Brothers Wonder.
Sorry, the princess is in another castle, you video game incel loser. Now, gotta go steal Super Mario Brothers Wonder. Blatantly steal it. Wahaha. Super Mario Brothers Wonder. I'm sure Nintendo loves this. It's not my fault. It's not my fault this happens. I don't like Nintendo. They've been suing people recently and also not making the game so good, which is like this game. Super Mario Brothers Wonder. It's only 2.8 gigs. That sounds like a good game. Anyway, so there we go. Even with the emulator, it's 2.8 gigs. So yeah, at least it's fun. So here we go. There we go. So we're going back to I left my agency.
Exactly. Although there's like
I gotta chop more trees before it logs me. More tree chopping for 500 gold to get past some stupid gate, so I can end this stupid mastery chart and say that I'm the best mortal player out there or whatever. I think I am. I am definitely, by the way. And I like doing this. You know, I actually know the best mortal streamer, and he actually left a comment on my video this year. And I forget his name. What is it? It's we'll find him. It's Wolfsight, right? This guy, Wolfsight, he left a comment on my video this year. And I still have, now he has more YouTube viewership than I have, but I have more Twitch follows than him. And the reason that I bring this up is whenever I actually stream in the Mortal channel, unless there's somebody else there who's bigger, which is a possibility, but not very likely, right? Because it's a 600 pop game. I get interest, which is interest that I don't want, because I have like, I don't know, 1,000 more follows than the best person in the Mortal community pond. And it's weird because Mortal is like the worst MMO that's still active and has a subscription pretty much. So it's kind of funny. So in the worst MMO, I am the biggest fish in the pond. I'm proud of this because it's the only thing that I truly care about, really. I don't know. Music, maybe. Love, music, I don't know, like drugs and like, you know, the fact that I'm a big fish in some MMO pond, right? Which is so dumb. But anyways, here's Super Mario Wonder. This is the last I'm going to think about it until I trade it for a hash coin in 50 years. But anyways, Super Mario Wonder. Super Mario Brothers Wonder review. I don't think I need that. I don't like that guy. Let's just do the Nintendo Direct thing. Let's see what Nintendo says. Play the music.
Onward and upward.
It looks good. Yeah, we come a long way here. Like a long way. Like, let's play Super Mario Brothers 3 right now. Yeah, that works for me. Yeah, Z and X. Okay, Z and X is maybe not Z and X. I don't know. Boing. Wait, why aren't you making noise? Make noise. Play it. You won't play music, and that's what I came for. You're muted, and I don't know why. Why aren't you muted, you? Or why are you muted, you? Some kind of thing about the ad, maybe the ad block. What about this? Will you play it? Play the game. Play it with music. No, you're blacked out. See, they don't like the ad block. Super Mario Games Online. Super Mario Brothers 3. Start game. Decompress. Download. No sound. Why? It is the ad block, huh? Oh, well, that's okay. Everybody's gonna make their dime. It's a sick, sad time. I left my agency. Oh, yeah, so I never finished the original thing I was talking about, right? So I signed up for a whole year of GeForce Now Premium, and I paid for a persistent 100 gig storage drive on GeForce Now. Or I haven't done it yet, but I'm going to go do it. Give me just a second here. GeForce Now. Oh, no, I guess I am on Mortal 2 chopping wood right now, but I will pay for a persistent storage of 100 gigs, and I'm going to keep... Oh no, 100 gigs probably won't work for Starfield, will it? Starfield is like a 130 gig title, and the mods I want to run are like 60 gigs. So actually, I might actually need the more expensive persistent storage. How else can that benefit me? I need to crunch the numbers on GeForce Now. Premium storage. Because the only game that I can think of right now that I would play on storage would be Starfield. I can't justify spending $50 on that. So, never mind. I just have GeForce Now for another year.
Indies and things like that. But when you hear from an influencer, you're hearing something like more authentic than traditional media. I always thought that was really cool and that it could do
I love Devin Nash. He does hold the crown for me. I think he is the best thing on YouTube. He only pulled like 134K subscribers because people don't like ad executives, you know? Ad executives don't do so well popularity-wise.
Good. But it feels like a lot of the influencer industry, if you want to make a lot of money these days, has kind of been hijacked at a high level.
Yeah, it's all going to the corpos. Yeah.
By either cryptocurrency,
crypto, yeah.
By gambling money, or foreign wealth funds.
But they're all corpos.
Also a problem in
They're like corpo. They're like Bitcoin corpos.
Sports. I'll probably talk about in this.
They're not like
video a little bit.
They're not like YouTubers.
So the ad industry ends up being very hard to make money in. And don't get me wrong, there is a lot of legitimate brands, and there's a lot of people.
Look, you can see it on his face. Look at Devin Nash from like 2 years ago before the industry died. This shit is sad. You can see this on people's faces. People are their work, you know. People are their work. Like, I know I'm going to do this till the day I die because this is my work. I've never felt like... I've never known a home until I became a streamer. Confronting the CEO of Kick Streaming. Wow. That's heavy shit. Wow. Yeah. That's got to be... Wow, I'm behind on my Devin Nash. But we're looking for stuff from a couple of years ago... I'm looking for his oldest stuff. Look at Devin Nash from 3 years ago.
Hey everyone, Devin Nash here, and this is the first video on an actual personal development topic for this channel. I want to talk today about a quote that I was thinking about this morning.
He reminds me of, so that my first girlfriend had a brother, and he was near and dear to me. He's the one who first showed me an MMO ever, and he reminds me so much of him.
You are good enough to...
Good Jewish kid.
Be great.
My friend, not Devin Nash.
What does that mean? You are good enough to be great. I want to challenge a basic assumption about self-mastery and about ourselves that I think we all carry to some degree. And that is that...
I've never seen this.
You may think that you are not capable of doing the thing you want to do for...
But you can. You can. I'm fucking proof of it. I've lived through... You can.
A million different reasons that you put in your head, or probably more likely that someone else puts in your head. Let me offer a story. When I started off in dancing, some of you might
look how young he is compared to now. It's insane. You can see the industry was not dead then.
I love dancing.
And he was full of hope for it, and he's giving like life coach advice, just general life coach advice, whether he gets hits or not. This video only got 4,000 views, and this was his first video.
And God.
Oh, it's young Devin Nash. What a little baby. This must have been 9 years ago. 9 years ago. And look at that shit. Look, he's been doing shit like this every day for 9 years, and he finally reached 100,000 subs.
Fairly good at you can YouTube it if you really know what to look for.
But I mean, Novo was super successful, you know, so.
videos out
This
there.
guy's rich. This was before he was rich. You can tell he's got like kind of a lower rent house, and he's got like, you know, he's got like little cute little office chairs that are cheap from like Office Depot and stuff like this. But probably within a year he was probably rich, which is insane because he was trying to be rich. People that try to get rich on YouTube and they actually have something that is of interest will get rich because it's like cable died.
I was terrible at dancing the first day I did it. I was
I think we're all terrible at dancing the first time.
awful.
I sucked at dancing because I was fat most of my life.
And
But I was a raver that went to 16 raves and spent $2,000 on tickets, and you know, definitely did do a bunch of liquid and pop and all types of shit. So am I a bad dancer? No, I just don't do it a lot.
I had a couple of my friends watching the
I
first
miss it. I used to dance a lot. We used to go to a place called Sutra, right down there on 13th and South Broadway and shit. We used to go to Sutra every Saturday for years and years and years. I fucking love Sutra. Sutra was dope. It was like going to a really cheap Beta. Beta's cool, but they charged like, well, back then they charged $7.50 for the Long Island iced tea, right? But I mean, you know, now it's probably $23 or something like that. But I mean, like, you know, but Sutra would actually sell you like a $5.50 drink with a $2 tip, you know, and it would, you know, and it was like $2.50 cheaper or something like that. So we went to Sutra more than we did Beta. But I did a lot of dancing when I was a kid.
time I ever tried to dance, and it was abysmal.
You can do anything. Like,
it
for
was
instance,
really
he's right about this, by the way. You might think that you can't dance or draw or do music or survive or live with being a paraplegic or something like this. Or my worst nightmare would be going deaf. I don't know if I could live if I went deaf because I like music that much, you know? It's kind of fucked up. So, yeah. But yeah, we can probably go on YouTube, and I've been meaning to do this on stream for a long time. But what's a good learn how to rave dance, right? How to dance at a rave. Yep. Yeah. Like that's good advice. Like often like you want to do swaying like you're dribbling a ball. You don't want to be doing like, you know, you like, yeah, you always want to keep the rhythm, and then like chasing liquid and stuff like that. You just connect your fingers. It's not that fucking hard or whatever. It's not that hard. I miss it very badly, but they made it illegal. I made myself sad.
really bad. And
I made myself sad.
throughout that time when I was practicing, I did a lot of my work online. When I was doing a live broadcast, I would stream, and at the beginning of the stream, I would dance to practice because, you know, because I kind of loved
That is brave. I could see doing that.
it. I liked creating that hype for it, but also because
Actually, I've been thinking about that. I have a beautiful living room that has enough of a dance floor where I could tilt the television, tilt the camera quite easily too, just like this. I can like, I don't really want to show my house that much, but anyways, so yeah, and I could just turn, I could play guitar. I could put the camera out. I could put myself on camera, and I could play Rock Band, like on camera, because I have a good camera and I have a good microphone. I've got all the extender stuff where I can just move the television. That's a brilliant idea, actually. Maybe instead of dancing, I'll sit up there and I'll sing while I'm standing up, and I'll try to play a show every time, like probably early in the day, probably not so late in the day because I'll probably be drunk by then, but like, you know, earlier in the day might be good to open the stream for like an hour just playing Rock Band and do it standing up, because I actually was on stage for 8 years. We went to the Euphrates every fucking weekend for like 8 years and shit. Like, you know, we were on stage for a long time, and I miss it. I miss being on stage, and I could convert my living room to a dance floor.
practice and get better.
It's not very big, but for one person it would do.
I got all these comments about, you know, how terrible I was at it and everything. And now,
but that's the part of the fun, because it gives you the drive to not being embarrassing anymore.
when I dance, you know, years later, I think I've been practicing for 3 or 4 years now.
Yeah, I've never knew a man who danced who had trouble getting laid. Dancing is like a universal language, you know, it's easy enough. Even slam dancing or going out into a fucking mosh pit and stuff can be like that.
Like really impressed. They're like, "Oh wow, that's amazing!" And you know, I see it as like kind of this evolution. But people don't see the hundreds of hours I put into it. They just see the end result, and they make a flash judgment. They're either, "Oh wow, that's really impressive. You're incredible at that."
His mic was really bad back then. We're gonna turn it down.
You're awful, and like you need to get off the stage because you're embarrassing yourself and everybody in here.
No, we didn't get a lot of that. The community was supportive of punk bands by the time we entered, but I'm sure for 20 years before that, it wasn't. I'm sure that you would get like cussed off the stage all the time. But we didn't come in from a community like that. We come from a DIY punk grassroots, like, you know, sort of like punker ethic. We like booing at our stage would have been like fighting words.
And that,
because it was about the message. It wasn't about how good the music was.
I think, is how we feel about an enormous amount of,
especially at the Spot. The Spot is like the Denver punker hangout, and it's always been this huge stage that somebody donated right downtown on fucking 15th and I want to say Bannock or something like that. The Spot. And the Spot has always been open every night for any punk band that wants to book it, or well, punk bands that want to book it, but they've got to share time. And we use the Spot in the Euphrates every Sunday for a long time.
Skills that we think that we're not good at because we didn't put in the consistency.
Yeah, like I didn't consistently. I know how to play the flute. I know how to play the trumpet. I know how to play the drums much better than those two instruments. I know how to play the bass guitar, but not well. I can know how to play the guitar, but not well enough. I can spin beats. I can take two records and spin them together. I've done that enough to know. I can do fruity loops, and I can make my own techno. Absolutely. I actually used to do that quite a lot, but I don't do any of those things consistently anymore. Like for instance, I should pull out my flute because I haven't done that in 2 years. And you're supposed to keep the moisture out of it, and I don't want to wreck this flute. It's expensive. $60. You're in here somewhere, but I don't want to do this on stream. Or I do, but I don't know. It's here somewhere. But yeah, I have a flute, and you're supposed to keep those very dry. You're supposed to check it like every 6 weeks or something and make sure that the water didn't get into the barrel of it or anything. Oh, we got a notification. Yeah, like 2 years ago, I think I actually did play flute on stream for about a week there. I just did my practice lessons on my stream, if I recall. Or maybe I haven't done that. Have I done that? I think that was a plan, but I don't know if I've done that. No, I pulled the flute out for 2 years ago, but then I was like, I don't know if I can embarrass myself by doing flute lessons on stream. But I mean, like, I wouldn't mind doing flute lessons on stream. I want to play flute like this girl. Because I think flute is a pretty good instrument to play when you're drunk. Rose of May, I think it's called Rose of May on the flute, right? I don't know if I'll pull the right video with this or not, but we'll see. Yeah, that's her. Beatrix, Rose of May, right? I want to learn this song. I want to be able to do that when I'm really drunk, kind of like bass on the bass on Rock Band and shit like that.
And the hard work to make it happen. It's going to take hours, if not years,
And I bought a flute. I was like, I should buy an instrument because I'm stuck in the inpatient mental health facility for 2 years. And so then I was like, I'm going to buy an instrument. I'm going to play it every day. And I did.
the master level.
And then when I left, I started being a streamer. And then and the day I got here, I pretty much started being a streamer, like almost the day I got here. And like at that point, I just never looked back. I haven't done anything since then. I haven't done the flute. I haven't done any of the things that I do.
The skill that you want to
I'd like to go to Friday Night Magic, but I also don't want to be sitting across from fucking magic nerds. I don't really like nerds that much anymore. A ton of them constantly get in fucking pissing matches with me, and I don't know. It's something about getting older. I get cranky with nerds because it's like, yeah, I could pull out the AI and slaughter you. If I'm having an argument with you at all, you're probably wrong. Because I'm a pretty malleable person. I'm just like, okay, you're right. So then when I have an argument with a nerd, it's usually pretty bad.
learn and the thing that you want to do. And if you're passionate about something, like you love something, but you just have tried it and you're not good enough at it, you have probably simply just not put in
And
enough
there's
time
Super Mario Brothers
to get
Wonder.
good at it. I know that
I have Super Mario Brothers Wonder now. I could just go. It's probably plug and play. I could probably just go play it if I wanted. But my controller's in the other room.
I mentioned before, I'm not good on camera. I act like
You
I'm
are good on camera, Devin Nash. You are.
doing ads, but most of those people are running digital ads. Like they're running things on like AdWords, or they're running stuff on Google. I was actually doing influencer sponsorships at a high
So
level.
he left the industry basically, which is insane. That's a lot of catch up I've got to do, but I don't want to do these videos right now. We could finish the Kira. No, let's do Jimmy the Giant talking about the coming British class war. I think the British are about to attack their homeless, and I think America's going to see that. And when they see Britain do that, I think they're going to do it here. So let's listen to Jimmy because he knows better than I do.
Out of date. Things have changed, right? There was a brand new update, season 2 release.
Skip back here. It cuts off.
This video is brought to you by
beginning.
Squarespace. A little over a year ago, I made a video called "The Great British Class System Explained." We went through the upper
It's
class,
unloaded
middle
and
class,
nothing in the
working
mag.
class. However, the truth
Totally
is
safe.
that understanding of the British class system is honestly a little bit out of date. Things have changed, right? There was a brand new update, season 2 released, which flipped the whole British class system on its head. Middle class uni graduates out of work claiming benefits, and millionaire working class plumbers arguing against taxing rich people.
I'm very disappointed. I think it's a disgraceful decision.
And of course, a quiet ruling class behind the scenes, pulling the strings whilst we all fight each other. This new class dynamic of Britain has really affected politics, as society becomes increasingly divided and radicalised. So, today we will explore Britain's new class war.
I'm gonna go get
Class is one of those concepts that are both really...
I think I want to go see if I can find a video about whether or not persistent storage is worth it, because it's like GeForce Now. Is persistent storage worth it? Because I don't think it is. Is persistent storage worth it? How much do you get and how to add more? You've been lied to about cloud gaming, yeah.
Install to Play is here on GeForce Now. Premium members can now install 2,000 plus additional Steam games, expanding your cloud library to over 4,000 PC titles. Getting started is easy. Start by linking your Steam account in Settings. Your supported games sync automatically. Search for a title or browse the Install to Play section. Look for the badge and check storage needs before installing. Premium plans include 100 gigabytes of single...
Oh, so see, this is why I'm looking, is because like, so now I'm going to log out of GeForce Now, but I got to dump the wood first. Ooh, I got 4,000 wood doing this. I'm maybe it won't take 46 hours. Maybe it'll be like 20 or something. I don't know. No, 500 gold is going to be a bit. It's going to be a bit. I have to pull out Axes when I'm here, but I guess I better just log inside. Okay, we log now. Quits game. Yes. So we have to go see if Starfield is even installable, because it might not be. Maybe modded games aren't even installable.
Storage.
And I just get to save the money.
To keep your installs and saves, add persistent storage. Follow the prompts on the screen to add persistent storage. You will be redirected to the account portal to complete the purchase.
Okay, so we need to go look at Starfield and see if I can install this later. No, you can't. So never mind. The one game that I was going to use this for doesn't even qualify. So I don't have to spend $250. I only had to spend $200, which is good. Yay. All right. Well, go back Immortal for now. Interesting. So, okay, you got a little bit more of a concept of what we're looking at here, and I was able to save some money. That's good. I am currently looking at sheep, weapons, ammo, pet items. Looking for, sheep broth. Herbal broth. We'll take 4 of them, 4 stacks, I guess. Yeah, that's going to be 20k, which is fun. 5k. 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 Okay, there we go. Jugs of herbal broth. How about tuna sushi? We have tuna sushi. Tuna sushi. Tuna sushi, no. I'll have to buy tuna sushi. That's going to be expensive. I haven't looted my D-box in a while, but hopefully there's money in there because this is expensive. Tuna sushi. Maybe I should get +1s. What's the price on +1s? No, there is no +1s. So, tuna sushi, 14 grand. 14 grand. 14. 14. 14. That's 7 slots in my inventory. 4 stacks of sheep, 3 stacks of tuna sushi puts me at 50 slots out of 60. Ooh, I have dark clusters to offset the cost though, which is good. I'm happy about that. Dark clusters, lots of ice clusters too. Ooh, 14 grand. Ice clusters went up. Never mind. I'm not so unhappy. We have like, I don't know, 120k worth of sellable goods here. So yeah, the offset cost is better. We definitely made twice what we used or whatever. 14, 13, 1, 14, 14, 14. Wait, no. Yes, I'm sorry. 14. Lots of sheep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 stacks of sheep for some reason. I thought it was out, but okay. Tuna sushi. I'm going to sell all this because my inventory was getting full. Ice clusters at 14, 13,901, 13,901. Ah, 13,901. Ah, got it. And then, okay, so there's that. I can leave again. My inventory is at 46 out of 60, and I'm ready. Oh, no, I didn't sell dark clusters. Oops. Yay, dark clusters. Dark clusters. Stack of dark clusters, 42k. Yeah, 42k. It's good money. 41,901. Okay, there's all the FFX size stuff I need to do in town. I can go back out to the castle. Mortals logging in. I gotta get to chopping wood. EVE Online. Let's take a bit of this now. My current space truck cargo is ready. We depart the station. Undock. Oh, wait. All of these fit in the fleet hangar. Oh, no, wait. No, we didn't turn in. We're here and we didn't turn in. Oh, the fleet hangar. Oops. Fleet hangar goes to item hangar. Item hangar. Here's the turn in. Okay, good. Then These go back in the fleet hangar, and I depart. And that's all the AFK gamer stuff I currently need to do, really. GeForce storage was a dead end. You're good enough to be great. Coming British class war.
Simple and confusing at the same time. On one hand, we understand class as like culture and behavior, whether you pronounce your T's when you say Luton.
And I'm here today in Luton, voted the worst place to live in England.
Or whether you shop at Louis Vuitton or Primark. And that's all well and good, that's very interesting, but on the other hand, class is really about power and ownership. Do you control large swathes of land? Do you control factories? Do you control machinery? Do you even control the orcs in your Ford Fiesta? And these two things are connected, right? Culture and also power. And seemingly every civilization in history has always had some kind of class system. But the thing is, the class system is never rigid. It evolves and changes based on the power dynamics of that era. So for a very long time in European history, in the medieval era, class was split along what they would call the free estates. You would have the nobles at the top, the priests in the middle, and then the peasants at the bottom. But you see, time passed, right? And this system's getting a bit boring. The player counts were dropping. So around...
Yeah, no. Nice, I didn't have to go anywhere or do anything. So, cool. I gotta pull out axes and go with shopping. I'm gonna have to buy. Oh, I need to go check dailies. But I don't know if this is a good time to do that. I should have been checking daily yesterday. I don't think I did I? No, I did. Maybe I go to town with, or I have some gold in town. I'll just go buy axes. Yeah, since I'm chopping a lot of wood, I'm going to go buy a lot of axes. Because this will break axes.
19th century, we released a brand new DLC called the Enlightenment Era.
Don't murder or steal.
This new era completely flipped the class dynamics. Adam Smith, who's like, he's like Big Daddy capitalism. He was explaining that there was now a new hierarchy, a new class system where you had the land-owning aristocrats, you had the workers, but now you had the capitalists. But what was interesting is that the aristocrats and the capitalists weren't homies. Adam Smith himself, he despised landlords, right? He hated the aristocratic class because they made all of their wealth just simply by sitting back and taking rent from the workers that worked their land. Whereas the capitalists,
must be nice.
They were the innovators, the risk takers, the wealth creators. And obviously the workers, yeah, they were doing the bitch work. But look, the capitalists were at least doing something. But
I pay fucking rent. I've paid rent $500 wherever I've been, except for the inpatient mental health facility. I pay rent at least $400 every month forever.
Right? Because the aristocrats, they were super like just up for chilling all the time. They really didn't like doing anything.
I think right now my rent's like $460 or something like that.
They just liked vibing. And the capitalists were like, bros, that we could make machines that could make boats and we can fucking do cool stuff. Now, long story short, what happened was that this middle class of capitalists became wealthier than the aristocrats and eventually toppled them politically. And so, yeah, this class system, this rigid class system that had existed all throughout medieval Europe for hundreds and hundreds of years, had now completely changed. The capitalists were now in charge. And so whilst all this history is unraveling before them, two bros by the name of Marx and Engels, they came to this conclusion that all of history, all of politics, is a continuing class struggle of different groups with different interests and their distance to the control of vital resources needed in an economy that creates these conflicts. And like these guys themselves were rich and smart, so they were using fancy French words to describe them. The bourgeoisie, basically rich people who owned the means of production, the factory and the machinery owners. And then you had the proletariat. These were your wage cucks, right? They just worked really hard jobs, and all they had to make money was their labor. So they would sell their labor to the bourgeoisie. But you see, whilst Marx was analysing this, these power dynamics, he noticed a very weird side character, just a little side piece. These lot weren't aristocratic lords, nor were they factory tycoons. But, very importantly, they weren't wage cucks either. No, no, no. These were the shopkeepers, the market traders, the artisan, the small business owners, the petty bourgeois.
The petty
bourgeois, right? These were a curious bunch. And eventually, they would end up becoming a very powerful political pawn. They were like a strange quirk of capitalism, right? Typically, these were people who grew up working class or came from working class families.
Could you just come round a bit closer? Come closer, because at these prices I can't afford to deliver.
However, they had managed to amass some wealth, a little bit of money, just enough to open some kind of small business. Now, for the most part, if you were born working class, that was it. Like, you worked for an employer, they chucked you down a chimney, you came out and they gave you like 1 pence. What defined them as working class was the fact that they had no ability to generate wealth themselves. All they could do was sell
a lot of
their
axes
labor to some rich bro for a wage. That was it.
That was 3. Ooh, it's dark weather. What are the chances that the corner's open? Probably 0, right? But I gotta go see anyways. Yeah, right. Maybe. I doubt it. I bet, like, every time I've checked recently, there's been people there. Ooh, Dark Elemental. Never mind, I have it. No, don't warp out. No, don't warp out. Wrong macro. Wrong macro.
Approaching Stargate.
Call the sheep. Call the sheep. Call the sheep. Something is poisoning me for some reason. Why is this a Temo on me? What? Oh, because of my health, I guess. Kill the Temu. I will take this elemental so nobody takes it from me. Uh, 47 gold. How does that guy get up there? How do you get up there? I could ask him, and I don't care.
Autopilot jumping.
All right, going out to axe trees. A question. Did you kill this thing? No, hurry up and kill the Atemo. I want to kill the Atemo. The elemental's starting to really hurt me. Kill this Atemu. Go, go. Die, Atemu. Atemu down. You slept me? No, you slept me. Wake me up. Wake me up. At least it was only a 10-second sleep. Sometimes it's like 2 minutes. Oh, you slept me again? No, you haven't woke up yet. Need to get that thing lower. There we go. Or like higher, I guess. Yeah. So get on this elemental. You killed the Atemu. There we go. Elemental. Oh, I'm low health. He'll probably kill me if he gaws. So no gaw for me, please. I'll just go away. Yeah. Just go away now. Just go away now. Just go away now. Okay, there we go. Time to go hit trees. Did I? Oh, I needed to check the daily. That's right. Bandit task, 0 out of 14. 5 Springbok, White Cavallo. Turn up the sound here briefly for a little bit here. Since I am playing the game.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active.
I am checking the dailies. So the foraging daily is sulfur crystal. That's no good. We'll stay with white cavallo and we'll look around for white cavallo. No. Oh yeah, there is white cavallo. Nice. 4 of them. 5 of them. 1, 2, 3. Hey, task completed. Not bad. Let's leave them. Okay, white cavallo, 10 silver, 20 forager, 10 glory. I mean, it's all something. White cavallo for 0, nympherb, 8 allium, nitrocrystal, rock crystal, or nympherb. I'll take white cavallo again, but no, it doesn't pay anything. So I'll take sulfur crystals, just because it's the daily, I guess, until something better comes. Snapping turtle is the daily for hunting tasks, so we'll take razorback. Oh. I have a hunting task for springbok. I don't want springbok. I want razorback. I've been examined. Yeah. Sorry, Shadow Killer. I got the elemental first. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Step. That's right. Step. That's right. Leave. It's my elemental. Mine. I'm kidding. I don't own the mobs. It's mine, though. I got it first. It's mine. It's mine. Bandit. Outlaw. Daily task is outlaw. I don't know. Can you find outlaws? Maybe I should take it just because I think I can't actually do that one. I don't know. Outlaws. Yeah, outlaws are a little harder, I think. Yeah, no, I think I'll stick with the bandit cat task because that's right by my house. I don't want to do any walking. So let's leave. I don't have a mount. Oh, but I don't need one because I'm chopping trees. That guy's name is Tenactin. That's such a dumb name. Okay, so...
That's the deal. But not the petty bourgeois, no. These boys were nimble. They would find a little gap in the market, slot themselves right in there. Sure, you might have big chains like Sainsbury's that dominate the high street. However, Sainsbury's was only open 9 till 5. It wasn't really worth them being open late. It wouldn't make enough money. But for Peter the petty bourgeois, this was his moment. What if I just don't sleep? We can stay open all night. And like, yeah, Peter might not have the resources and the scale of the big chains.
See me?
But what he has is something these big chains will never. The grind set.
It's 3:30 right now on a Monday night. I've been staying up all night working my new business. A few months from now, when my business is taken off, I'm going to be chilling in Dubai.
By Peter, because he...
You have such a good effect on people, kitty. You just bring joy to everyone, even the stream. Yeah, you want to vote for the camera? Hmm? You want to vote for the camera, huh? You want to come see me? Yeah? Did you have a good nap? Yeah? Did you get a good daytime nap? Oh, nope. I suppose I could feed you. It is 1:30. Let's feed you, huh? Yeah, you think about food, are you? Okay, hold on. Let me get the auto run running. Except there's a naked trying to hide from me. Oh no, it's a zombie. Okay, I don't know. I don't have anything except axes, so it doesn't matter. They're cheap too. Oh yeah, this bottle goes in the recycling. And yeah, you feel like some food? Okay, let's get you. I love the kitty. Yeah. Okay. Oh, this place looks wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
yeah, you're getting some. Don't worry, don't worry. You know this sound. Oh, look at that tail go. Oh, yeah. You happy? You happy, kitty? You just get what you want all the time, kitty. All the time. Yeah, you. I love you too. I saw the mouse you left. Good kitty. Ready? Oh my god, kitty, it's coming. Here you go. Hungry kitty. Okay, I made money just then. What was it? It was HyperNet offer completed for a agency support job. Not bad. That's good. How's yeah. Yeah, those are good. Yeah, they're cheap. Ooh, start syncs on 3 Master at Arms. Not bad, but no LSI. Oh no, I don't have LSIs on sale right now. Or maybe I do have one. I don't know. Come on, Master at Arm. Looking for no on the first one. Then I could travel, but no, I'll just dominate the spot. I'll steal from the ghosts. Didn't win that one. No wins, but that's okay. It's still good. Really, really, genuinely good money. And, okay. So we are currently in Isakano. I must drop Fleet Hangar to Item Hangar and turn in. Isakano. Leaving Isakano. Going to Hitanishio. 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 Hitanishio.
Autopilot engaged.
Okay, so there's my elemental. Ooh, I'm gonna make money today if they're gonna let me have the spot. Give me the spot. I was here first. I found it first. It's mine. You can't have it. It's my grind. It's mine. It's mine. It's my items. I want them. Definitely. I'm at my house, which is good because I just AFK walked from Fab to my house. Hi, kitty. Oh, you love me now, don't you? You know, yeah. Transactional kitty is very happy that she got her food when she wants it. Every 12 hours, kitty, we're just going to crack a can for you. Just on principle, you know? We want the kitty to be happy and fed. You're not fat like your brother or me. You can eat whenever you want. Oh, you good kitty. Such a good kitty. Chop, chop. Oh, gotta turn up the sound. Oh, I love your little pad. It's so good. Yoinks, I can drag the pad over. Hi, kitty. Come a little bit closer. Oh, hi, kitty. You got your little throne. Hello? Oh, sorry.
full of shopkeepers.
Muted.
This is the book recommendation for this video, by the way. Very good book. Put an affiliate link below. Couldn't have made this without this book, so check it out. And what was particularly interesting about this class of people was their status, like their ranking in the hierarchy of society. Because they're obviously not in the capitalist elite, but equally they didn't really fit in the working class. But they kind of had traits of both. Like the working class, they too still had to exchange their labor for money. But like the capitalist elite, they owned the fruits of their labor. They owned the means of their production. They might have even employed people. They would have been a boss. And when it comes to their culture, depending on what it is they did, they might be selling to the working class. So they were interacting with them daily. They might speak the same type of language and exhibit the same behaviors as them. But what kind of separated most of them is that they aspired for more than the working class did. Arguably, they were a little bit higher status than the average working class person. And that may be true, but they didn't have the luxury of the rich. The rich who...
Yeah, that's what my mom is. She's petty bourgeoisie. I think I shake out somewhere in like the middle class now. I don't think I'm in a middle class tax bracket because I make $9,000 a year. But, you know, but my lifestyle is middle class, you know, so it's weird. But that's only because my mom's like petty bourgeoisie and has worked all of her life and has made investments and, you know, tried to be there financially.
Inherited everything. Nah, they had to work for what they got. So,
my mom doesn't like that I don't have a lifelong career that paid a lot of money, and I don't think she likes that she's giving me the house. But I mean, it's not my fault that my job is fucking illegal. It's like not. I would sell currency and give her money like all my life. I would do that if they hadn't done their middleman bullshit. They always do their middleman bullshit. Right now, you cannot sell like WoW currency without catching a fucking federal beef and you're getting your PayPal account frozen. That's as it has been for 27 years. Now, in places like Asia, they don't regulate. So I could move to Asia, but I don't want to move to Asia so my job's legal. I want America to fucking change. And in the meantime, I just keep fucking, you know, honing my craft, try other avenues, try different venues, you know. Fucking annoying. Like, money is a terrible subject for my mother right now because she just lost her husband and she thinks they're just gonna raise the prices to all nines and kill us all. So she's selling like everything she owns. She's selling like everything she owns. She sold the cars. We had these like cars parked in our backyard for 25 years and shit, and she sold those cars like against her own better judgment because they are collector's items. She figured she could get the money now before they just rust out to nothing, you know, and take the money because she thinks the oligarchs are going to fucking kill us. And I don't think she's wrong. It's not good. And I can see her getting more and more stressed out every day as she sees like $5 gallons of gas. And, you know, it's just not good. It's not a good time for somebody who worked really hard all of their life. It's not a good time. She's not petty bourgeoisie, but she became petty bourgeoisie now when she inherited her husband's home. But I mean, she's owned homes like that before. She's always had a home like she owns now because she is petty bourgeoisie. She built her own companies always and kept her own counsel and, you know, kept her money tight. And, you know, she comes from Nebraska where they're very conservative. Like my aunt is very centrist conservative person in terms of money, and she has some money at the end of her life to be able to just, you know, like my aunt, she got a terrible blood disease and she's been going through what's it called, dialysis for several years. I just talked to her like 5 days ago and she's doing really, really well, and she's able to just sit in this nice middle class home in West Side Denver where I'm from. One of the reasons I'm so close to my aunt is she's West Side Denver like me, and she knows like me how much I love that place. It's like in my soul. And she lives she has a house. I want her house so bad. I want her house so bad because it's like this house right up in the middle, right off Federal, where all the pretty girls are, all the beautiful Mexican Latinas walking up and down Federal and stuff, all the fucking good Mexican restaurants, all the fucking really good bars and stuff, and all the really good cheap stores are all within like, you know, maybe a mile of her house. And the location is to die for. The Stone Club is just right down the street. And like the Stone Club is like, even though it's a Latin club, it's still an amazing fucking club. I'm not ashamed of being a white person up in there. Like that's an amazing place she lives at, and I want her house so bad, but I don't want to be this weird like grubby piece of shit that desires other people. Like I don't want to covet other people's shit, you know. But I want my aunt's house just because I love West Denver just as much or more than she does. And she's got like the prime real estate in the fucking city in this beautiful, beautiful house. And I miss her so badly. I miss Denver so badly. And like, and she's also petty bourgeoisie now, because when she was like 36, she's like, I don't know, 78 now, but like halfway through her life, she met a very good financial advisor who she was in love with for several years. And they had kind of an on and off again relationship, but what he did do for her, just lackadaisically, but very, very carefully and like with great care, he invested all of her money, pretty much anything she wasn't using for her household budget. He just invested her money safely. And subsequently she has about $1 million to sit there and just, you know, run that money out on her retirement from AT&T, you know. And thank God my aunt was able to make it. There's only one other person in my life that works as hard as my aunt does, and you know, it's a hard time to watch these people who worked all of their fucking lives damn near fall down to the streets, and they're even the people my age, but people my age all the way up to the baby boomers and stuff. I have great sympathy for what they're facing in terms of financial hardship right now. It is very hard.
It was pretty lonely for the petty boy.
And like the money, I'm watching this thing, like, so for instance, like we took my mother repainted her bedroom, and the television was off the wall for like 2 months while she did that. And one of us, I'm not sure, I'm sure I did it, I probably put something really heavy on top of that television and ruined it. So now she's got to go buy another $250 television. And I watched what she did to just scrape up $250 in the last week. It's insane. And to watch it just fly out the window like that is just insane. I can't believe it. And like it, you know, we had friends come to help because we can't afford anything, and my stepfather left my mother in great debt, and like they're not going to be able to do anything about it. And she's litigating, and she'll die, you know, in her home, thank God. But like, it's a cold, hard time for people. I feel so blessed. I know that I think it's weird because I felt like I had the worst rap out of anybody I was facing. Like I had the worst time out of anybody that I know, I think, or at least some of the people that I know. My ex had it worse, but my ex she had it worse. But I know a few people with bad problems like me, and like, you know, and once you enter the system, you just don't get out. And like, at the end of it, I don't know why, but God or whatever it is that's out there. I don't like talking about God this way, but God or whatever you believe in is out there. For me, it's the universe. I think the universe was like, okay, Skycat, you've been through enough, you know? I don't know, was that me? No, that's her. Okay, Skycat, you've been through enough, and it was nice about letting me take over the petty bourgeoisie reality that my mother had built. And I feel very blessed by this, but, you know, because my job was illegal all of my life, I have nothing to offer in return except debt. That's it. That's all I have to offer my family is debt. And I hate it so much. I think about it all the time, and I'm like, what did I offer my family? And it was nothing but hardship, sorrow, debt, addiction, problems, stints in jail and shit like this. And I don't, it's weird for somebody who works so hard all of their life. I mean, I went to work when I was 14, and I really did work like every fucking week, every day, every weekday. Like, you know, every day from the age of 14 till I was like 24 or something like that. I just didn't have enough money to not do that. I needed cars and gasoline and cigarettes and CDs like we were talking about earlier. And there was this point when I was like 27 when I attempted suicide for the first time after becoming so depressed after losing a girl that I loved. I just, you know, I was like, I don't want to be part of this weird. I don't want to be a cog in this weird machine anymore. I'm just gonna let it fall down to the streets. I'm done trying for a while, and it did last like that for. I was on the streets there for a couple of years. Then my best friend took me in when I was like 30, and I worked my way back up out of the streets and into a place where I could own my own room again. And I was there until I was 34, and they sold my apartment. And then I just haven't really had a home until I came here 4 years ago. And I was dating somebody. I would live in her place, or or I would live in the motel with my ex or whatever. And it was hard, and there was times when I was in the burnt out restaurant and falling down to the streets, and I'd wake up and only smoke meth all day. That's all I would do all day. I would just smoke meth all day. And like now, for some reason it's weird, because it's like all the time I feel like I paid the cost, whether it was working or not. I paid the cost in essentially blood and tears and pain. But I still feel like all the time that like my mother was blessed more than most people was. I feel like I was blessed more than most people was. My grandparents were assholes. My mother, she hated her mother. And my mother, she hates her mother. She hated her mother. Hates her mother, excuse me. Though she loved her, she hated her mother. And my grandmother was not very nice to her kids. And for instance, my mother's brother shot himself in the head with a shotgun when he was 25, when he was high on speed. Then I was on meth for 13 years, about the exact same age, from about, God, I started when I was like 19, and I went until I was like, I don't know, 27, and I picked up again for 5 more years when I was 33. And I know that the worst possible thing that I could have possibly have done to my mother was put her through her brother again, which is exactly what I did, right there to it. That's exactly what I did. It was like, she told me a couple times, she was like, it's like watching my brother die. I can't do it. She left a couple of times, just left me to fend, I don't blame her either. I don't mean to talk of the dark times. It's just, those things, they were so much. All of these things were so much. To add this much financial hardship on people in this dark hour when they're struggling the hardest they've ever been. It seems like we need a regime change or something. And I don't even think it's the Democrats or the Republicans. I think it's something having to do with sorry guys, I talk all day every day. It's hard to keep my voice going. I think it has something to do with like how we treat each other. Like Tupac said in Changes, it's not some Democrat or Republican thing. I don't think. I think we need to change the way we treat each other now.
Well, right? They exist in this lonely
change the way we eat, change the way we like for instance, like the least that these shithead drug dealers that make so much money off of these drugs could do is not step on the drugs. That's the least they could do. They make so much goddamn money. They make their living. They sit around like me and play video games in their little living rooms and shit and do nothing all of their fucking lives and shit. I know, because I was one of them. And that's the least. I never stepped on my dope, you know what I'm saying? But the people before me stepped on my fucking dope. And it fucking angers me, because it's like, at that point, you're already being handed all this free money that you don't work for. And then you step on the dope on top of that, and it's not even them, it's the suppliers. You could blame the cartel for this, but everybody across the entire world, no matter what race they are or what organization they're with, step on the dope horribly. We know this from Amsterdam, Australia, Asia has a terrible meth problem, and they step on the dope. And that shit, it's got to stop. It's one of the reasons our streets have become this terrible crisis factor for the right winger, for the right wingers. And it's not this thing that can be solved easily. It has to be a great deal of care and measure, and needs to be taken, and crisis must, like, the same, in my opinion. Now, like you're hearing Jimmy the Giant talk about the death of England here, which is really near and dear to my heart, because there's only a few countries in the world that are God-fearing, English-speaking, even close to American countries. Otherwise, you have like BRICS, Asia, Africa, and places that don't even speak English, like Russia, etc. So there's only a few Amero, or even whatever you would call it, like like Brexit or whatever, like, or there's only a few English-speaking countries in the world. And to watch them all starve and starve fuck their homeless like this, and cause terrible problems in England and America and Canada and all these other places, it's not too good, So now what do we do? Like, there's something needs to change, and it's not some politician, I don't think.
Quite existing in the same worlds as the working class.
And so, like, I all the time I find myself resenting good people that are just trying to live their lives because they have money. And then I think, oh, well, but I never have to worry again, I guess, and it's weird. So then you feel like you're an ingrate. But the problem is, it's nah, if you had seen them break my ribs and then toss me in the back of a paddy wagon and throw me around for 2 hours and shit like that, or when the man with the circular saw came to kill me in the squat I was living in, or places or stories like that, you don't, you begin to feel like, yeah, maybe I didn't work those years that I was a drug addict or whatever, but I still paid the costs of being on the street. It was a terrible cost. Cost me a great deal of mental anguish and concern.
But never truly
ended up in the madhouse for 2 years.
Accepted in the world of the.
They were like, you are going to not deal with, going to the system for 10 years mandatory minimum sentencing. Like everybody that I spoke to, they were like, we don't have confidence that you have this. They're like, you are too, like I have my lawyer tell me this. He's like, you are too authority opposed to go to jail or a place like that. You won't survive. And I was like, I think you're right. It's stupid. It sucks when they don't give you a vote of confidence. They give you a vote of, you probably can't do this, so we're going to help you. It sucks when it happens like that. Like my lawyer, he was like, you need help. He was like, you need help. He's like, I don't normally give the sort of attention that I give your case, but your case was so fucking weird. You like broke in a place like a burglar, but you didn't steal anything. And I was like, yeah, I know. I wasn't there to steal. I was there for information. I wanted to know where my cat was. And he was like, what do you mean cat? And then I tell the whole fucking story. Well, my ex-girlfriend shot up goddamn AIDS and fucking Hep C right in front of me. I was on the streets with a black tar addiction for 4 months after that. And then I ended up meeting this other girl, but I was living in a burnt out restaurant and all this other shit. And then this man tried to kill me for no reason with a circular saw in the squat I was living in. My friend died and I was living in his house and using it as a squat. He fucking full blown. We don't know what happened. He overdosed or something. We don't know what happened to him. Fucking dumb.
Oh, so what would come?
We don't know what happened to him. He had like some kind of mix of like an overdose mixed with some kind of psychotic episode and a heart attack. We don't know what happened to my friend John, but I know what my junkie friends thought about it afterwards, which is, oh my God, he left an empty house. So we did. We just used his house for 5 fucking years. My dead friend's house. We just used it. I'm not proud of this, but I mean, would you rather us on the streets? I don't think so. Not as they round off people on the motherfucking streets. No.
I got a question real quick.
Yeah, what's up? That thing is, yeah, so like, use the spout to just wash it down the drain.
Okay, so just rinse it off.
Yeah, rinse it down the drain.
Okay.
Yeah, the drain's good to dump like matter into. It's a good.
Okay. Yeah, I was just not sure if you wanted.
And I'm sorry, it's so gross. I don't know what that is. I think
Probably from
soap scum or something, and I don't know, but I'm sorry about that.
Oh no, it's all good. You never. I don't know if people want it thrown away or.
No, wash it away down the drain. It's gross.
Do anything, yeah, you want to ask.
Sorry.
All right, cool.
Yeah. So. Yeah, so it's like, no, I can tell stories like that. That's the cost. That was the cost. It was the cost. So sure, I did work. I worked construction. I flagged traffic and shit. I worked all of my life. I drove Uber. I drove taxi. I worked for most of it. But I didn't work 40 hours a week for every week of all 20 of those years. I didn't. I was a drug addict for a lot of it. I was traveling for a lot of it. I don't know. I was camping for a lot of it. So living the Colorado homeless lifestyle, I don't know, for about 10 years. It was sort of insane. And now like I never have to worry again. And I like, so now I feel like I should feel guilty, but I don't know. I don't know. After the man tried to kill me with a circular saw in my squat, in my dead friend's house, it, like, God damn it, man. Like, I think I paid with some cost for where I'm at now. And it's weird. Like, I don't think most people have a story like me.
Of these people. Before we go any further with this video, I want to give a
I think about it all the time. I'm like, I used to resent the petty bourgeoisie. I thought they were worse than the rich because they're like the middlemen, the people that step in and they tell you, oh, there's a health organization and then there's a hospital. We're the people in between. Or there's a liquor store and there's a distributor. We're the people in between. Or there's a source and there's, the street dealer and they're the person in between. Like my friend Shanks. I shouldn't say his name, but I mean, that's not his name. But I mean, my friend Shanks is an excellent example of the American dream. Came from some African country. I can't remember which one. I want to say Zimbabwe or something like that, but he spoke perfect fucking English, like perfect English. And he was very, very smart. And he just wasn't there to truck with INS or people or anybody telling him what to do. He intended to live in hotels his entire life. He didn't ever intend to pay taxes in any country. He didn't have a tie to any country. He didn't have family. He just had us, his drug dealing cohorts. He didn't have anybody for women except for hookers, essentially. And I have some sympathy for people like this that don't have a country, don't have a place to live, they have money because they work all the time, but they're not really anybody. They're not really, like, he's not a Zimbabwean. He's not truly an American because he doesn't pay taxes and I don't think he had like real status here. But I mean, he was more American than most of the people I know who are American. He lived the dream more and he spoke the language better and he had hustled and he was a, hardworking, intelligent American. He'd been here all of his life. At one point he was legal until he became a drug dealer. But yeah, and so, and my friend Shanks, he's an excellent example of this. Like, I respected him a great deal and he understood we weren't doing any of the things we were doing to harm anybody or anything like that. It's just survival. And so those people, they're disenfranchised right now. They're on the streets. You might not say they even have a country really because their country's not really loving them back, I would say. And so it's very, very bad. And this is happening in every English speaking country in the world. You know what I think the solution to it is? Unite all the countries and make sure that there's this general fucking thing where all the money is united. Like BRICS did. That's Brazil, Russia, India, and China. BRICS, right? BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, and China. They've all connected financially. They've run a kind of like what we have with the NATO alliance, but we don't deal with our NATO partners. We tariff them. So how do we solve the homelessness problem? We never talk about solutions, and that's why I'm on Jimmy the Giant right now. Is a lot. We've been doing Jimmy the Giant a lot because they're getting it worse than us. London's going to fall before Los Angeles falls. Like, okay, I did a thing. Yeah, I listened to the thing yesterday that we need to watch on stream called Places, which is about Eugene, Oregon. Places, right? Places did Eugene, Oregon. Eugene, Oregon has four times the amount of homeless of Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York combined, which I didn't know. No, I'm looking for Places. Here it is. The city with the most homelessness in the U.S.
In the national spotlight.
Fucking Eugene, Oregon. I don't think like a lot of the other West Coast, the rest of the West Coast is like that. That's unnecessary. That doesn't, Eugene, Oregon doesn't need to be the most homeless place in the U.S. That's unnecessary. And that's not too far from me. That's only, that's like what, probably like a 5-hour drive or something. I don't even know. I don't know the geography out here. I'm not from here. I'm from the Rocky Mountains. But like, I'm out high. I have no idea the West. I know California, but I don't know up here very well. And like, I know it's 2 hours to get down to Seattle from Bellingham. And like, I don't know what it is from Bellingham. Like, let's ask the AI that. How long of a drive is it from Bellingham to Eugene, Oregon?
The newest Super Mario game is called
No,
Super
you got the old one. Sorry. Hi, Alexam. How far is Eugene, Oregon from Bellingham, Washington in hours driving?
Hi, the drive from Eugene, Oregon to Bellingham, Washington typically takes about 6 to 7 hours.
7
depending
hours.
on
So probably 8 with the Seattle traffic, right? So we're talking about a place that's like about an 8-hour drive from me, which isn't that far. You know, it's far, but it's not that far. It's like a state away. You know, it's like a state away. So this tore me up, like hearing like all the shit that they're doing and the stuff that's happened, and this is entirely unnecessary. We have enough money if you unite all of the English, God-fearing, English-speaking countries like Canada, America, Australia, New Zealand, Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, maybe Mexico if they'll come. I don't know. They might be more inclined to link with BRICS. I don't really know. But I think all the countries should unite. And this is what always happens in all the sci-fi novels. It's not like this is an original idea. This is what Isaac Asimov thought should happen. This is what Orson Scott Card, the guy who wrote Ender's Game, thought should happen. A hegemony where all of the countries look out for each other if they speak the same language and they worship the same God, right? And that's kind of what's happening with BRICS and Russia and China and all that's in Asia, all that stuff. But it's not happening with God-fearing English-speaking white people. The God-fearing English-speaking white people are choke fucking the weakest like link in their society to death, which is the homeless and the drug addicts. And that's not too good. And London's the first to go. London will be the first to fall. As we listen to more of Jimmy the Giant talk about London's class war and the petty bourgeoisie not making any money anymore. And that's the problem with America now too. You can see it, but London, he's talking about this in a much more Oxford graduate type style, where he's actually referring to the hashtags that we should worry about, which is the petty bourgeoisie are dying in London and in America. And that's an example of my mother's class, and their class is dying. And when they die, the middle and the lower class will have no hope, because if the petty bourgeoisie can't make money as a middleman, nobody's making any money at all. So in now London is burning, like we can pull the riots we've seen in London from just this week, like the riots in London, right? I'm not kidding. Just in London, the riots in London just this week, to maybe today, right? This is from 13 days ago. This is tens of thousands of tens of thousands of right wingers marched in London because they don't want this poverty, this slow poverty debt. They don't want it. They rather just kill the government at this point, and you're going to see it here. And we're not that far from that in America too. Now, I want the leftist view of it, which is just sit back and use our brains to think our way out of this and figure out a way where we can make sure that the homeless don't perish, the drug addicts get the care that they need, the petty bourgeoisie don't die, and the Downton Abbey fucking people don't choke fuck us all to death. You know,
freedom of speech and
yeah, and so they use Charlie Kirk in Britain. They use Charlie Kirk as a right-wing dog whistle to storm the streets and run a crazy bid of like 100,000 people, the likes of which we haven't seen since the WTO and IMF riots in the early 2000s. And now most of America's not aware of this, but I mean, London is burning.
They need to,
and that sucks. And the first thing to go in London is the homeless. It sucks. And now there's a coming British class war, which is what we're learning about right now. Now London is about probably 2 to 4 years ahead of us in terms of their social economics and such. They just are. They've been around longer than us. They know when a recession is happening much easier than we do, because they've been doing this for hundreds of thousands of years. We've only been doing this for 300 years, so we don't have like thousands and thousands of years of books to fall back on and all those colleges and everything. We don't really have the knowledge and the fucking experience that London does. We just don't. We've not been around as long as them. We can't steer a country the way that London can steer a country. They've been doing it for hundreds of thousands of years. It's seniority is what they call it in the rank and file, and the rank and file has been around for hundreds of thousands of years in London. So, you know, God and king and country and all that shit has been in London for hundreds of thousands of years. So they they're getting very, very angry at the treatment over the fucking homeless, and I wish to actually show it on my fucking channel, because we don't give a fuck beyond the you know, the No Kings Bellingham protests and shit like this. We don't give a fuck about this.
A sponsor, Squarespace.
We don't care about this in America. We don't care about the lower class dying. We don't care. It's fucking fucked up, but it's fucked up. So now, as I exit the middle class and I see a reality where I exit the lower class and I join the middle class because I have $9 grand on disability and I'm able to pay a family member for a basement dweller situation where I can live in the basement, essentially, in my mother's house or whatever. And I enter the middle class because I'm not worried about drinking myself to death as I work a wage slave job as I die to some drug addiction, right? And that's not good. But I mean, like, you know, I'm sorry, it's good for me, but it's not good for other people, because I didn't work to get out of that rut. I'm just given something as the petty bourgeoisie die, as my stepfather Jerry dies, you know. I'm just given something, and that's not really too good for the future of America. We were supposed to work our way out of this problem, so I try to intellectually work my way out of this problem, and I talk about the woes of London. I talk about the woes of Bellingham. I show the Bellingham No Kings protest on my stream this year.
Squarespace is the #1 platform for building your own custom.
I don't want kings telling me what to do, like this is Puritan puke fucking London. I don't want that. I don't want that.
Website. For me, the best bit.
I don't care if people do heroin. I frankly do not care. Frankly, do not care. I don't care if people do trank. I don't fucking care. I don't care if people do bath salts. I don't fucking care. I don't care what they do in the privacy of their own homes or their lives. I don't care what people do. I don't care if people. I care if people pay their taxes, because I paid my taxes all my life. Every time that I ever took a paycheck in this country, Uncle Sam got their cut. So I care if people pay their taxes, which is why I'm angry at Donald Trump. That's the only thing I've ever really been angry about Donald Trump. Otherwise, I just think it's the right wingers being right wingers. You know, it's just the other half of the country that's not me, you know? So it's fine who they are. So they think this is about some they think this is about some fucking tribalist war between the left and the right. No, motherfucker. It's that the petty bourgeoisie are dying, and there's about to be a coming British class war. Brexit was proof of it. There's going to be a class war in America, maybe.
Cutting-edge design.
It's going to come out differently this time. It won't be the murder of the Jews. It'll be the murder of the homeless.
By using their Blueprint AI, anyone can have a perfectly customized and bespoke website. You can just tell the AI.
I don't want to do this ad right now. I'm not going to. I don't feel like doing this ad right now. I do ads on my channel all day long. Buy from Jimmy the Giant. I don't need to do this particular ad. I'm not going to. I fucking hate ads. I like ad busters.
On /Jimmy the Giant to get 10%.
Adbusters was a good fucking organization.
Off your first purchase of a website or a domain.
Anyway, I like you, Jimmy, and I like your fucking sponsor, whatever, but I don't want fucking ads on my channel.
To the video. So when Mark's...
I do them all the time, willingly too, because I know I'm taking the content for free. But if I wasn't taking the content for free, I would not willingly put your ad on my fucking channel. As you talk about the coming class war, you are selling insurance or whatever the fuck. You know, you are selling for the fucking, the corpos, though.
About these people, he wrote them off that they were just going to disappear over time. He assumed that the corner shop will eventually get swallowed up by the supermarket, and the small artisan tool maker will eventually get crushed by factories and automation. But you see, my friends, that is not what happened. Instead of the bros disappearing, the petty bourgeois just kept respawning. Every time Captain got some new update, the petty bourgeois would just find a new cracks in
That's what my mom does. She found a new meta all of her life. It's not that she's a middleman like that, like where she's looking to be the middleman. It was that she wanted to make that same sort of income without having to maybe work as hard.
He's in. And not only did this class
use her brain as opposed to her fingers.
People survive, they would actually go on to become one of the most important political pawns. They would actually go on to become one of the most important political pawns in history. Because you see, when everything heats up and shit hits the fan, the economy's crumbling, and the workers are starting to get pissed at the bosses, historically speaking, it's this middle group, this petty bourgeois, which can tip the scale. And there is nowhere on earth where that has been truer than in Britain. Right, so after the war, 1945...
So we didn't look at the march.
Stop illegal migration into this country.
But some of the protesters turning violent, clashing with police. Authorities say 25 people were arrested. The rally, organized by far-right activist Tommy
Notice they say unite the kingdom.
Robinson.
Look at these crowds, man.
And they're all white men. All 10,000 of them were white men.
Jailed several times.
That's the alt-right for you. Look, you can see it from the crowd. There is not a single black face in this crowd. You can see it. I'm looking for one. No. Not a single person of color in this entire crowd. It's either going to be a race war or a class war. And I don't know, maybe both. Maybe they try and get rid, maybe they go ultra Hitler, and instead of just trying to kill the Jews, they also try to kill the Jews, the black people, and the homeless.
As powerful backers.
Maybe it's going to be, you know, the war to end all wars, maybe World War III, because, you know, that's not too good. Like this crowd is entirely white, which can't bode well for the racial future.
Including Elon Musk.
What I see happening is a destruction of Britain.
Like, I'm okay with the alt-right, like you know, exercising their right to assembly. I would not shut them down. I don't care if they want to say something. Let them fucking say something. That's a good punker response. They want to say something. Fucking say something. God in their country gave them a right to say something. They can say something, you know. But it's scary when I look at that crowd and I don't see a single person of color. I'm sorry. Your war, is it a class war, or is it a race war, or is it both?
Initially a slow erosion, but a rapidly increasing erosion of Britain with massive uncontrolled migration.
Several thousand counter-protesters also turned out.
It's the biggest melting pot in the world. There's melting pot number 1, which is London, and then there's melting pot number 2, which is America. Like that is the biggest melting pot in the world. They don't have, I suppose the white people are in power, but they don't have any kind of racial identity really in Britain. It's the biggest melting pot in the world. Trying to say that it's the far right and white people is ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous.
But their numbers
America
just
too.
A fraction of the nationalist rally. A reminder of the far right's growing appeal across Europe.
Oh God, the far right, the Satan is like fucking stretching and like, you know, like bracing and stuff. It's not too good. I'm not saying the far right's evil. I'm saying when they get out of hand, genocides usually happen. I'm just saying statistically that's true. Even the AI will say it. When the AI gets angry, when the right wing gets angry, when the right wing gets angry, statistically genocides happen. It's not too good, you know.
Reasons. Homeless prices, decay of great American cities.
This camp right here isn't the largest one. They say there are even larger camps along the Willamette River.
Most people who are homeless are there because of extraneous circumstances.
Now, about 3,000 people are without shelter each month.
3,000 people.
We'll be on Eugene for the next several days. The homeless issue will still be here long after the event is over.
Let's start with some facts. If someone had asked you up front,
Dark skies in Lane County.
Which city has the highest number of homeless residents in the United States?
I would say New York, LA, or Chicago.
States. Which one would you choose?
New York, LA, Chicago.
New York, Los Angeles, Chicago. Each of these being vast cities with the kind of social issues that come to cities of such scale. You might equally have suggested San Francisco or one of the coastal California metros, which, while smaller in absolute size, are known to suffer from steep cost of living crises and housing unaffordability. Well, you'd be right, in a way. Los Angeles and New York do have the highest total numbers of unhoused people in the US. There are more than 70,000 in Los Angeles County and
70,000
80,000 in New York, according to recent counts. In some parts of LA, homelessness is so well established that places like Skid Row have been home to a stable population of unsheltered residents for the better part of a century. Other areas like Seattle's jungle and looking beyond the United States, Vancouver's East.
You know what this reminds me of? You ever heard of the Patty Chamel story? She was the drummer from Hole, and they replaced her for the Celebrity Skin album, even though she drummed faithfully for 4 albums before that. And Courtney and the whole band replaced her because she had like lost her husband and she was doing too much heroin and she had just, you know, fallen down to the streets really. She was selling all of her rock star memorabilia for crack and heroin and stuff. And she ended up in fucking Skid Row, Seattle for you know, fucking 7 years or something. The drummer from Hole. 7 years. And she was down there. Eventually, her friends, all her rock star friends, all showed up, and they're like, "We have to get you out of here, Patty." And she's like, "No, this is my lifestyle now. This is just who I am." And they're like, "No, there's some passion you have that's greater than just getting wasted all the time." And she's like, "Well, I like rescuing kitties, you know." And they were like, "Well, if we help you build a shelter to rescue animals, will you get off the street?" And she's like, yeah, I would do that. And that was a great little documentary, and it had a good little end story. And she stands strong at the end of it, sober, in front of her fucking animal rescue place. And she's like, yeah, thank you. You know, it was a beautiful story about getting out of the fucking Skid Row of fucking Seattle. It's insane. And that was the drummer from fucking Hole. This shit can happen to anybody.
Hastings are also known for high levels.
She had $10 million, you know?
Homelessness and social problems.
More than that, Hole probably grows something like 240, and they probably had to pay Patty something like $50 million. She still ended up in Skid Row.
Being exacerbated by the fentanyl epidemic, hardships related to COVID, and
it's not, you know, drug addiction is not it's a mental disorder. It's a mental disease. It's not a, you know,
cost of living crisis.
It's not a law enforcement issue.
Los Angeles, New York, even Seattle and Vancouver are all either large or enormous cities. Eugene, Oregon is not. It is the second largest city in the state of Oregon, a distant second, having a little.
What's the name of the drummer from Hole's documentary? It's Hit So Hard. Hit So Hard was so fucking good. Hit So Hard fucking changed me. She's like, nope, I like drugs. I like being the way I am. I'm a drummer. I can't believe you replaced me. It broke her heart. She's like, I can't believe you replaced me just because I had a bad period in my life or whatever. She's like, I've been with this band for 20 years in the Riot Girl movement. You shouldn't have replaced me. And when Courtney replaced her, but I mean, she couldn't drum. In the documentary, they showed her trying to drum. She was way too high on heroin. She couldn't drum, you know.
Little under 180,000.
So Courtney replaced her. Courtney was not too high to do the Celebrity Skin album, and neither was Melissa or any of the or Eric or any of the other people in Hole. They were not too high. They wanted to do the Celebrity Skin album. They weren't going to not do that album because Patty was too high. So they, you know, and after Kurt died, Patty was a really good friend of Kurt's. You know, after Kurt died, Patty took it hard. She was hit so hard, is how she put it. You know, that was one of Kurt's best friends.
Residents against Portland's 615,000 in 2025. Yet according to the most...
Hit So Hard, I have to go get it. I'm going to go get that right now. Get it right now. If I like it at all, I go get it because I know they're going to kill everything and take it all away. So if I like something like Hit So Hard, I try and go get it because I know that eventually, just either through time, decay, rust, or whatever you want to call it, it won't be available anymore. Yeah, Hit So Hard, the Patty Schmel story was really so fucking good. Yeah, give me this. There's 9 seaters, right? You can see that this time next year, this won't be available. Probably this time next couple of years. If something is at 9 seaters, then it's just going to be gone off the internet eventually in the next 2 or 3 years. So I have to go get this while I can. I don't like stealing stuff, but I mean, like, this is the only way I can get this. I don't have any fucking money after you guys stole everything. Goddamn suit dummies.
Recent Lane County point in time, an annual count of homeless for cities in the United States, some 3,500 people were recorded as experiencing homelessness on a single night in January 2025. That would amount to about 190 homeless people for every 10,000 of Eugene's residents. That's an extraordinary figure, and proportionally it's far higher than in larger metropolitan centers. So to put things in perspective, it's often Washington, D.C.
So something happened in Eugene. They probably just tried to take care of everybody, frankly. But I mean, you know, but like, yeah, something happened in Eugene. They were nicer. They didn't make the camps move or something. Something happened in Eugene. I don't like it when they move the camps. It's like the most terrible thing I've ever seen in my entire goddamn life. But I mean, the citizens demand that they do it, though. It's disgusting. But I mean, the citizens stand there and they're like, nah, we pay taxes. We own houses here. We can't let you ruin the property value and shit. So it's a rock and a hard place. It's fucking terrible. And so, you know, when it gets this bad, it's that particular city wasn't as fascist. They were nicer to their homeless.
As having the highest homelessness rate among the big cities.
Yeah, so Eugene probably doesn't roust you off of the off the benches, probably.
Yes. In 2025, the district reported more than
in Denver, they didn't bother rousting them off the benches. They just screwed in spikes to the entire fucking city, to the point where not even the citizens could enjoy the goddamn fucking furniture. Goddamn fascist shitheads. Spikes in everything. You can't sit down. You want to go get a sip of water, you know, at Civic Center Park and then sit down on the bench? Yeah, better enjoy it for about 4 minutes, because that spike they installed is going to stick up your fucking ass.
1,000 homeless individuals.
Like the fascists.
Individuals against a total population of roughly 700,000. Certainly a really big figure, and enough for Donald Trump to have the National Guard clear out 50 homeless.
Yeah, so we had this wonderful little story about how Trump kicked every last homeless resident out of fucking Washington, D.C. But what we don't hear is where they went. Where'd they go? What'd you do with them?
During his blitz of the Capitol.
Where'd those people go? Where did the people go? Let's ask Alex Sam. Hey, Alex Sam, we had that big news story in the American news this year about how Trump cracked down on Washington, D.C. homelessness. What did he do with all the homeless that he evicted off the streets?
I'm here to provide information and answer your questions. If you have any other topic or question in mind, feel free to ask.
No, I think we can see that you are not allowed to speak on it.
But that figure works out. They're only about 80.
Let's ask the Gemini. Maybe Gemini will give me an honest answer. Let's see. Oops. There was this big story this year of Donald Trump kicking all the homelessness out of Washington, D.C. What did he do? What did he do with them? Few specifics were provided, is what the AI says. The D.C. government opened additional shelter capacity in response to the federal crackdown, but some homeless residents feared shelter living and attempted to find new places to camp. Some homeless individuals lost personal belongings, and one person reported their tent being bulldozed. The moves faced significant opposition and debate. Yeah, so what did he do with them? What did he do with them? So let's ask him. Let's ask this in the other chat. Maybe it can give me like a story. This was a terrible response. Ugh. Anyways. Yeah, you got that. Okay, good. Then...
For every 10,000 people. On balance, less than half of that of Eugene. Even New York's vast population of around 80,000 homeless people amounts to only 90 per 10,000 in a city of that size. New York's proportional rate is higher than Washington, much higher than Los Angeles, and proportionally nowhere close to Eugene. But with that said, a quick qualifier. The homeless figures of 3,509 from the 2025 point in time related to Lane County, the administrative division of which Eugene is the capital, largest city, and home to half the population. Although it is reasonable to assume most of those reside in Eugene, it is also reasonable that some do not, which would bring down the real total figure. But even in the highly unlikely case that all of the homeless residents were divided up equally across the county, that would still work out at around 90 for every 10,000 residents. In other words, roughly the same figure still as New York City. And by the way, the homeless figure of 3,500 is about the same in Dallas, something determined by its own point in time for January 2025. But Dallas is home to more than 1 million people. Lane County, on the other hand, just 380,000. Now, it's generally assumed that the point-in-time surveys represent an undercount, which would be understandable given the difficulty of identifying every last individual living without a home in a given area. But an undercount of a few thousand more wouldn't impact New York's total figures in the way that a few hundred more would for Eugene. At that point, its homelessness statistics would just become bewildering. So, how did we get here? You see, while the scale of Eugene's homelessness problem stands on its own, this is a rather recent phenomenon. It was in the 21st century, for reasons that we'll get into in a bit, that Eugene's stats went truly stratospheric. However, what laid the path was a sequence of historic developments shared by Eugene with Portland and the state of Oregon in general, a state which currently has the overall fourth highest rate of homelessness per capita in the US, behind only the states of New York, Washington, and Hawaii. And some of those developments stem back all the way to the 1800s. At that time, Oregon's population surged massively, from 52,000 residents in 1860.
They're saying on the AI here that the impact and criticism of Trump's DC homeless crackdown is criminalization. Critics, including, well, let's just have the AI read it because it's like easier. I don't want to mangle it. Here.
Since his inauguration, President Donald Trump has initiated a federal crackdown on homelessness in Washington, D.C., leading to the clearing of encampments and stricter enforcement against unhoused people. This policy shift marks a significant reversal from decades of federal housing-first policies. Policy and implementation. Executive Order. In July 2025, Trump signed an executive order making it easier for jurisdictions to remove homeless people from the streets. This was preceded by a March 2025 order focused on the removal and cleanup of all homeless or vagrant encampments on federal land in D.C. Encampment removals, federal and local law enforcement, including the National Park Service and U.S. Park Police, have been actively clearing homeless encampments, particularly in parks and on federal property. One of the first large-scale clearings in August involved an encampment near the Kennedy Center, where personal belongings were bulldozed. Federal takeover. In August, Trump announced a temporary federal takeover of the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, citing a need to address crime and social issues. This measure involved deploying hundreds of federal agents and National Guard troops, leading to fears among some residents and advocates about the heightened police presence. Relocation options. In a statement, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt indicated that people removed from encampments would be offered a choice: accept placement in a homeless shelter or risk being fined or jailed.
So it's go to the shelter or risk or go to jail. That's what he said.
And criticism.
Or get fined, or they fine you.
Criminalization. Critics, including homeless advocates and civil liberties organizations, have condemned the policy as a move to criminalize homelessness rather than address its root causes. Displacement. Advocacy groups have warned that removing encampments without sufficient housing capacity will simply displace vulnerable people, forcing them to find less visible places to sleep. Institutionalization. A core element of Trump's broader homelessness strategy is to expand the use of civil commitment, which
here's the big takeaway. This is the big takeaway, right? Civil commitment.
With severe mental illness or addiction into long-term institutional settings.
They want to just put you in jail now, I think.
Experts and critics have raised significant concerns about the legal and human rights implications of this approach.
And they aren't talking about it, or it would be in the media and the AI would give me a straight answer.
City response. DC Mayor Muriel Bowser has clashed with the Trump administration over the federal.
But DC fought it. Yeah, so DC fought it, which we did here.
That the city's approach focuses on outreach and providing shelter.
Following Trump's actions, the city accelerated its outreach efforts and added more shelter beds.
My thing is, I guess they're opening more shelters is like, I think one of their solutions. They took money and they opened more shelters and they want them to get off the streets, which is, I guess, kind of what the country wants. But I don't know if that's the solution. They're free people to do as they please.
Power.
Oops, wrong one. So,
morphed to nearly 200,000 residents only 20 years later, driven largely by farming, logging, expanded trade, and even the Southern Gold Rush. By 1900, the state's population ballooned to more than 400,000 people. It was a problem. Most of the new arrivals...
You can guarantee he's going to be talking about Eugene.
...weren't very wealthy, with many working labouring jobs and other types of unskilled work. And so the state administration built a string of...
Trump's going to be talking about Eugene. It's probably the next on the list, honestly. They're all map-based politicians. They just figure out a problem and they go and attack the worst problem with the best solution, trying to curry favor. That's what being a politician is. And so they'll be like, well, what's the worst homeless problems? And Eugene will pop immediately. And they'll be like, all right, well, let's go to Eugene.
Room occupancy hotels.
Fucking Eugene. Eugene, Oregon. Why Eugene, Oregon? Couldn't it be Denver, even? Denver. I'm sorry, but Denver, you know? I mean, Eugene's cool. It's a small town. I come from a small town on the West Coast now. But, I don't know. There's bigger cities than that deserve more attention, maybe. It's weird. But statistically, I bet he pushes Eugene first.
Hotels offered Spartan single rooms for a low price with access to communal kitchens and washrooms. As time went on and the economy normalized, the SROs remained as permanent habitation for the city's poorest. And for a long time, this absolutely worked. But by the 1950s, urban renewal came into force. Higher-end living was in demand, and the state needed to clear room for businesses that could spur economic growth. So the SROs went out the door, being demolished one after the other as the following 2 decades advanced. With that, cheap homes for Oregon's poorest went away too. Nationwide social service programs to help low-income families afford mortgages did remain in place, but in the 1970s, these two hit a wall. And all of that happened during the presidency of Richard Nixon. Nixon's 1973 moratorium on new federal housing programs basically took a hacksaw to the homes available to low-income families. Instead of providing funding for new, low-priced developments, the government changed tack and began to subsidize rentals in privately owned apartments, something which left tenants vulnerable to the turbulence of the economy. That economy just so happened to tank that very same year. War broke out in the Middle East, and the Association of Arab Petroleum Oil Exporting Countries slapped an embargo on any countries that...
I'm scared to get involved. I think all the time that I'm sitting around just doing video games and trying to curry favor with gamers and stuff and just trying to build some side hustle or whatever, instead of actually doing anything about any of this, and it's not too good.
Supported Israel, which, unsurprisingly,
maybe after my mother passes, I will go join a hardcore liberal, maybe Weather Underground type organization, maybe, and run ops with them and stuff, because I have quite a varied skill set, and I've been in weird drawn gun drug dealer situations and shit before. I don't really actually have a fear of the real world, really, and I don't want to radicalize while my mother's alive, but I think I might radicalize leftist sooner or later, the next 20 years.
Directly shook the US.
If nothing else, I'll just attend the meetings and talk.
Fuel shortages resulted and a recession came.
I just don't see how the alt-right doesn't have a war on the homeless. I don't think there's anything you could say. I mean, as they kicked them out of DC, I think the alt-right's got a war against the homeless. I don't think Joe Biden did that. I think Trump did, and I'm sorry, but that's so close to home. It's not too good.
Quick. Poor families are now poor.
Can't support them if they got a war on the homeless at all in any way or form. I would prefer to just be like, well, that's the other side of the country. Slap my knee and be like, well, the reps are going to be reps, but no, it's a little bit harder than that. I think if they're going to try and kill everybody that I know, because I come from the lower class, man. My friend L, my friend M, there's 7 kids downtown that we really love. One of them is rich, but there's there's 6 poor kids and a rich kid downtown. It's kind of funny who lets them all live there. there's like I don't know, there's a lot of my friends are lower class, and I can't really have them having a war on the poor. I don't know, man.
Poorer and even more dependent on federal housing projects.
Let's see what's new. We've been doing old stuff here all day, but let's see what's new in the last hour. Let's see. We had the coming British class war. People are finally waking up. The Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu's speech prompts walkout at the UN. So there was a walkout at the UN, and they're not backing Israel anymore, I don't think. EA may be going private with a $50 billion deal. America's Most Dangerous Neighborhoods, O-Block Chicago. This roguelike blends Hotline Miami and Dark Souls, and it's great. I played a scam game for 100 hours. What's the scam game? Nothing new just yet. It'll probably be an hour before the daily news cycle hits. So now I switch trees and I continue to cut wood. Nothing new. I'm gonna go back to what we were doing.
Now no longer existed. Construction plummeted and mortgage rates surged. Without speaking of lower income households, those who would normally have been in a comfortable position.
Yeah, like I don't know if you guys remember the show Shameless, which is a really fucking good show with William H. Macy and all these other and this whole cast of kids that came up like through their whole lives and stuff and South Side, or is it South? Yeah, I forget. Are they Southeast? They're from Chicago. Is it west or south? I'm not from Chicago. I don't know all their claims or whatever. But they're like this poor family that hustles through their whole like lives. And I love that show. It's a great show, especially the early seasons were a lot like how we lived. But I don't know. It's like where I'm going is one of the ways that we can avoid homelessness is we can support those type of families, the shameless type families, better and make sure they get their low income housing and that no matter what their house helped by the HUD and they're not falling down to the streets. Because I think a real problem, one of the reasons why Eugene's got 3,000 people is I think we kind of turned our back on some middle class people here. I know we did. And so, some of these families have fallen down to the street like Shameless, and they're the ones who need housing. Everybody needs fucking housing, but those people, they're dealing with generations of family members going to jail for alcohol or drugs, like Boone County in that episode of the wonderful marvelous world of the whites, right? Like the kind of like people that have been doing this for 5 generations that absolutely should not be facing homelessness because they've been doing this for 5 generations, but we don't help them, so they end up on the streets, and that's not too good. That's not America. That's death. Survival of the fittest. But I mean, we have enough money to give every single American $1 million. Absolutely. That's petty cash for American government.
To buy property were no longer able to do so. And some Americans...
Sometimes I wonder why not. Okay, would we have homelessness problems if they just handed out $1 million to every single American? Would we have it? $700 million is not that much money in the American budget. It's just really not. I think they spend that on the White House's toilets, honestly. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know. So I really don't know why. Like, I don't know why. I think they want the homeless to suffer. I think there is a war against the poor and the homeless because we could just give $1 million to every single American.
At the very bottom of
that year, everything will plummet and collapse and there'll be no value to anything. But it doesn't matter. Those people, they'll be able to live in hotels a whole year if they want. Anything like that. Or they can just get up off their knees. They can go buy a house,
So no other.
And that's chump change compared to what they probably spent on the war budget last year for wars that were not even in.
Option than to head for the homeless shelters. But things got worse. In the 1980s, another economic downturn hit the United States. Some analysts describe this.
This is from 2 days ago. This is from 2 days ago. This is like so they're freaked out about this. Like he's like when Simon Pegg is on it, like freaked out and doing like a call to the left, being like Eugene's gonna die. Like but you look and you see that it's from 2 days ago. Shit's fucked up. This is from 2 days ago. Shit's fucked up.
Because After experiencing economic woes for 6 months, the US appeared to return to growth in July 1980.
Yeah, so those people dying in Eugene, couldn't we give them $1 million? That 3,000 dying in places like Bellingham or fucking Eugene, can't we just give them $1 million and be like, well, we solved that. We don't care what they do. They all have $1 million each. Who cares what they do? They can go on down there and buy a house if they want. That's what probably needs to happen, and that would be chump change compared to what we spend on fucking infrastructure and shit like that. This is an issue that they want. They want this to be a problem for people.
It was a false dawn. The nationwide unemployment rate remained unchanged, and a fresh...
Why? That's what I'm getting at here. Why do they want this issue?
Took hold in July 1981, which lasted for a full year before the economy recovered again. But by then, Oregon's manufacturing and construction industries had taken an enormous economic hit. Timber, once an industry that enticed migrants to settle in the state,
Timber died, huh?
The Oregonian newspaper.
I'm not from here. I'm from Colorado.
Oregon's Great Recession
Timber fucking died, huh?
Which changed the state forever, with thousands leaving and with previously middle-class communities.
Okay, so if all the timber workers have nowhere to go and no place to make any money, what the fuck do they do? Do they just do meth? What is our solution to that? I don't know. Maybe I'm being just maybe I'm just a bitch ass American who's just whining, I guess. But I don't know. What's our solution to that? If timber died, what's the solution? There's got to be something. Get them working on something else. Get them working on making homes to solve the homeless issue.
Shot up, affecting the principal cities of Portland and Eugene.
Give them a government grant.
Most directly. Oregon's industries...
Spoken like a liberal.
...eventually recovered too. But in many places, including Eugene, more problems were about to become very visible. You see, while the unholy trifecta of the removal of the SROs, Nixon's housing reforms, and successive recessions tore down access to the housing market and shut
you headed out?
homelessness...
Thank you so much. The place looks wonderful. I am blessed. I appreciate you taking your time.
Thank you.
Anything I can do for you?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
No problems we can solve or anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Yeah.
All right. Take it easy. Have a cool day.
You too. My friend who helps clean.
Rates weren't the only ill. They might have helped send people to the streets, but other factors would unite to help keep them there. Around the same time that the Oregon SROs began to be demolished in the 1950s and 60s, another type of...
Why Eugene, Oregon? Wouldn't it... even Denver or Chicago makes more sense. Denver or Chicago makes more sense. Why Eugene, Oregon?
...was also put to the sword. The nation's...
there's something there. There's something there. There's some mishandling, or they were just nicer. They were probably nicer.
Pediatric hospitals. What became known as...
I heard in Oregon they do shit differently a little bit. Like for instance, when the Bhagwan went kind of nuts, the Oregon if you watch the Netflix documentary Wild Country, you learn about the Bhagwan who came and bought a town in Oregon and wanted to build a transcendentalist temple. And all the white boys in the neighborhood are like, oh no, the Hindus are trying to move in and teach their transcendentalist meditation and freak out and have their love-ins and all this hippie shit. And they're like, we can't have that. And they kicked them out. But the governor came in. The governor came in and full-blown handled what they thought was a cult. They called it a cult, but it wasn't really a cult. It was just a transcendentalist temple. But they it was terrible what they did to those people. But as I recall, I remember on that documentary, the governor was bragging about how they're hands-on. They're hands-on about their homeless. They're hands-on about their problems with the Bhagwan. They were hands-on with they have a much more interested political structure than most states have. And I think I've heard this before that the Oregon political leadership is a little bit more hands-on and a little bit more drastic than most states, I think.
Institutionalization.
And I wonder if Eugene was intensely kind to the homeless. So then they just started getting word that up there in Eugene County, they don't kick you out or whatever. Maybe.
Sought to remove patients with mental illness from hospitals and place them instead into community-based care programs. Now, in some ways, this was done out of regard toward the patient's welfare. Psychiatric hospitals across the country had been subject to abuse of patients and conducting haphazard or poorly researched treatments. The lobotomy, for example, had endured for decades before being dismissed as pseudoscience. Deinstitutionalization also fell in with the cost-saving...
Yeah, they lobotomized a bunch of these mental patients in the 70s. Is so those poor people are wandering the earth as like lost souls. I think of them as forged. My best friend's grandmother wrote a book called Only for the Summer by Laura Lorraine Lancer. I love this book. Just for the Summer. Just for the Summer, yep. Oh, you don't like the Amazon? Okay, so, but this is her book, right? Laurel's disturbed. This is my best friend's grandmother. Laurel's disturbing and abusive childhood, followed by a poor marriage, resulted in a month-long visit to a mental hospital where, in the 1960s, the use of electroshock and insulin shock therapy was prevalent. With humor and pathos, Laurel poignantly describes her insulin and shock treatments, the insensitivity of the hospital staff, and the numerous psychiatric problems of various patients. The author, now a PhD in psychology, relates her memoirs with insight and compassion. And I love this book. It's so good, and it's like a One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest kind of, but it's a little bit different. It's sort of like Girl Interrupted a little bit more, and it I know this lady very well. I've eaten broken bread with her and sat down at tables across from her for most of my life, and I don't know her well, but I'm an acquaintance of hers, and after I didn't know what was wrong with her, but she was like a lost soul after they did what they did to her. And she's probably the best. She was probably the best one. She was probably the most capable of all those people that they did lobotomies to, or insulin, or electroshock therapy. Just for having agoraphobia or stuff like that, they will give you like insulin shock therapy and stuff like this in the mental facility. And if it constitutes a reservation, they might put you on really strong drugs, and those drugs, they don't do so well. They destroy you. And that's another problem with some of the homelessness, is there's some of the homeless people do have, mental issues.
And later Regan, although the measure itself was actually introduced under
And that's another real bad problem with it is
John F. Kennedy in the early 1960s. Kennedy's sister, Rosemary, had undergone a prefrontal lobotomy in 1941 and spent the rest of her life cognitively disabled. As legal protections for institutionalized people grew and psychiatric medicine, like antipsychotics, were introduced, patients were cleared from institutional care. But that led to new problems. The Oregon State Hospital in Salem had a psychiatric ward which housed some 3,500 patients at its peak in the 1950s. It was a place of some renown, and it even served as both the basis and real-life set for Miloš Forman's 1975 film, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. In the film, a rebellious...
Yeah. And all these people, they're all on the streets.
The charismatic convict...
And that's problematic. Just because you're crazy doesn't mean you should be on the streets.
Ends up in the ward, where he classes with Nurtragic.
And I mean the traditional sense of what we think of crazy, like mental ward,
who enforces strict and domineering control over a patient.
BRB, I gotta pee.
In real life, deinstitutionalization struck the hospital around the same time the movie was produced, and by the late 20th century, most of its patients had cleared out to community centers across the state, such as Eugene's Whitebird Clinic, which was established in 1969. But funding was inconsistent. The federal cuts of the Nixon and Reagan eras hit community programs hard, leaving local providers under-resourced. Many former patients, shunted back into society, suffered from mental illness which hindered their independence and which were too advanced for the community centers to provide necessary care. Added to that, the increased legal autonomy bestowed upon them, and many of the outpatients wound up nowhere near continued care and on the street. The phenomenon of individuals leaving mental health hospitals only to then end up in homeless shelters or in prison became so common that it gained its own name, transinstitutionalization, which is a mouthful. Salem, being roughly equidistant between Eugene and Portland, saw many of its former residents wind up in either of the two cities, and so the homeless population in Eugene continued to grow. nourished now by individuals who suffered from significant psychiatric illness, in addition to those labouring from cold, hard destitution. Those unable to look after themselves unsurprisingly fared badly on the streets, leading to a rise in so-called chronic homelessness, that is, individuals continually homeless for at least 12 months, or who'd experienced homelessness on at least 4 separate occasions, adding up to 12 months or more within 3 years. This was all bad enough, but by the 1990s, a new beast arrived on the scene, the heroin epidemic, as well as other substance abuse patterns. Many of the former psychiatric patients were especially vulnerable to the steep rise in heroin and methamphetamine use of the 80s and 90s. But this was still the Reagan era, when a statewide, zero-tolerance approach to drugs was manifesting strongly. Not only that, but many of Oregon's homeless shelters, such as the Eugene Mission, were faith-based, meaning they also carried a strict aversion to drug use on their premises. And so, drug-addicted homeless people were sometimes turned away, leading not only to ever greater numbers of unsheltered, but a greater prevalence of drug addiction among them. By the turn of the century, Lane County returned a census figure of 373 homeless, around 12 for every 10,000 total residents. But those figures only counted individuals residing in sheltered accommodation, not those on the streets. The true figures were likely much higher, and they were about to climb higher still. In 2010, local media site KVAL interviewed a young man living unsheltered in Eugene for a news segment. The man described having moved from Washington only a few months before and being qualified for several types of care work, including pedagogical and hospice care. Within a few weeks of arriving in Eugene, he had been forced out of his accommodation and wound up on the streets. Given his disheveled appearance, he described how landlords would not rent him, nobody would hire him, and how law enforcement would accuse him of loitering and shepherd him away from gentrified areas. He also pointed out that homeless shelters offered a place to remain overnight, which ended at 6 a.m. every morning. This would technically classify him as sheltered homeless, but leave his day-to-day existence tenuous and uncertain. In a curious dovetail with the past phenomenon of trans-institutionalization, he remarked, quote, "Homeless people feel more comfortable in jail because at least they have a bed to sleep in and they get food regularly." The man added that he would like to see more lower-income housing, something which by then had become a bit of a pipe dream in places like Eugene since the Nixon era. Granted, this was also 2010, shortly after the crest of the 2008 global financial crash, and still one of the worst economic recessions in history. Nationwide unemployment had peaked at 10% only a few months before, leaving the labour market at its lowest ebb since the 1980s. And if housing shortages were a problem in the period since Reagan and Nixon, then they were definitely a problem following the 2008 crash, when no less than 10 million Americans became underwater homeowners, meaning the value of their loans exceeded the value of their homes. Ironically for Eugene, house prices hadn't actually risen so dramatically yet in the early part of the 21st century. A local monitoring report found that the median price for single-family housing had risen from $138,000 in 2000 to around $180,000 in 2012, a 30% increase in 12 years. Nonetheless, the realities described by the man were very real and would not relent much in Eugene in the years that followed. By 2019, the city was ranked by Security.org as having the worst per capita rate of homelessness in the entire United States. Local media began to document the encampments dotted across the city, and local businesses began to voice irritation with the tents and shelters which appeared by their storefronts. And all this was on the brink of the COVID-19 pandemic, after which time even worse economic prospects would force more people into destitution, adding to what was already an evolving crisis on the streets of the city. Amateur cameras documented the sharp contrast between affluent neighborhoods and the homeless encampments, often existing within eye view of one another. As the pandemic accelerated, the problems only got worse. In June 2020, Oregon introduced an eviction moratorium on rental housing, thereby protecting vulnerable tenants, and also placed a temporary stay on the clearing of homeless camps across the state. Eugene introduced a so-called Safe Sleep Cities measure, meaning homeless camps which would not be subjected to clearance for the duration of the emergency pandemic measures. But on the other hand, COVID-19 wreaked havoc on existing homeless shelters. Due to social distancing, their capacities were dramatically reduced and ever more people were turned away at the door. Visibly unsheltered homelessness therefore rose even further. And while the moratorium on rental evictions was extended beyond 2021, the pause on encampment sweeps was not. Local enforcement returned to clearing away homeless camps, and the unsheltered homeless tailspin continued once again. Those weren't the only measures which had been introduced at the height of the pandemic. In November 2020, Oregon voters passed Ballot Measure 110, an experimental law which decriminalized possession of small amounts of drugs in order to shift emphasis toward treatment. The measure also reclassified drug possession as a violation, equivalent to a traffic ticket and thereby punishable by a small fine.
I miss drugs.
Referral, and
It was a better time.
tax revenue to fund addiction recovery, treatment, and harm reduction services. But Measure 110 was a mess. Though it passed the citizens' vote with a 58% majority, it was opposed by many who argued that it would lead to a rise in street disorder, as well as drug recovery experts who predicted that it would raise dependence and overdose deaths. Implementation was chaotic, with the marijuana tax revenues not reaching treatment providers until 18 months after rollout. Many treatment programs were therefore chronically underfunded and unable to take on the volume of individuals referred to them, even though very few of those did so willingly. Out of thousands of treatment citations issued, only a small fraction of people called the hotline or entered support services. Fines often went unpaid without consequences, leading some critics to describe Measure 110 as all carrot, no stick. Perhaps above all, drug use skyrocketed. The measure coincided with a surge in the use of fentanyl, one of the deadliest synthetic drugs in history, leading to record overdose fatalities between 2022 and 2023. Oregon police, meanwhile, reported that they were powerless to confront drug use in open spaces and declared Measure 110 to be both ineffective and hazardous to public safety. Public frustration grew, and by 2023, polls showed most Oregonians believed Measure 110 had failed. In 2024, Oregon Governor Tina Kotek signed House Bill 4002, which rolled back the decriminalization of possession and effectively brought Measure 110 to an end. By the time Kotek signed away Measure 110, homelessness in Eugene had long passed beyond crisis point. A 2021 monitoring report found that while the median single-family home price in the city was $138,000 in 2000, rising to $180,000 in 2012, it had ballooned all the way up to $395,000 by 2021, including a 17.6% increase in the preceding year alone. Possibly given the proliferation of deadly drugs and the failed rollout of Measure 110. The death count among homeless had also risen. In 2023, the city had a vigil for 71 unsheltered homeless people who died in the streets of October of that year alone, a significant increase on the same figure from the previous year. In the very same month, another significant event took place. Sam Yergler and Nicholas Hollows, two former homeless residents of Eugene and advocates for homeless rights, brought a federal lawsuit against the city over the constitutionality of its park rules. They alleged that they'd suffered cyclical evictions and harassment by law enforcement, and that their attempts to bring light to the subject had been either met with deaf ears or silenced outright. The same Oregon Public Broadcasting release, which documented the lawsuit, also cited an estimated figure of more than 4,500 homeless in Lane County that year alone, a figure which contrasted widely not only with the 3,500 official figure from 18 months later, but even more so with the official figure for January of the very same year, which registered only 2,824 people. And if the official figure in late 2023 were true, it would leave the number of homeless people in the county at roughly 118 for every 10,000 residents. And again, this is without assuming that the majority of those are concentrated in the city of Eugene itself, which they probably are. The city's January 2024 point in time, conducted only 3 months later, again yielded a dubious figure, 3,000 total homeless. While recognizing a rise on the previous year, it begged the question, how could the figure published by the Oregon Public Broadcasting and the Point in Time survey have diverged so massively, especially given that only 3 months had elapsed between the two? And as you know by now, the official data leapt by a further 14% the following year, arriving at the rather unrealistic figure mentioned in the introduction, 3,509 in January 2025. Meanwhile, the number of residents of Eugene's emergency homeless shelters has also skyrocketed, as did the number of homeless veterans, which KVAL reported had grown from 151 in 2024 to 210 in 2025. Figures for unaccompanied youth grew too, from 198 to more than 230 in the same period. Perhaps there is a resolution in sight, but it wouldn't seem that way. Because by January 2025, the average house price in Eugene had broken new ground still. It was reported to have reached an astonishing $473,000, or a 200% total increase.
Oh my god.
Structure is fundamentally changed. We designed the system to balance the powers of the working class and of big capital. The working class was backed by powerful unions and collective bargaining, and the wealthy class had to play ball with nationalization of certain industries, along with strict regulations of their own businesses and high taxes. And you would have the government there as like a referee on these two classes, who would manage the welfare state and plan these nationalized industries. And as well, there was the professional middle class, which we actually haven't talked about. So these were like the managers, the lawyers, the doctors, high skilled and very educated, so they earned good money. They would own homes and stuff like that. However, they were employed by big capital or the government in nationalized industries as well. They were workers, but they were obviously much wealthier than the working class. And then you had our bros, the petty bourgeois. They, in this time, still existed. These were the shopkeepers, the self-employed and the small business owners. And the post-war consensus period, this was a weird time for the petty bourgeois because they lived in like a twilight zone. You see, like life was improving for the working class. Their wages were rising, they had state guaranteed job security, and they had affordable council housing. And as well, the big businesses, they received protection from the government. They received subsidies. But the petty bourgeois, they had nothing. They were getting squeezed from both sides. Both the working class and the big capital were making life tough for them. The strong unions that protected the working class made it very expensive for petty bourgeois business owners to employ working class people. The high tax rates would eat into their profits. And equally, big capital was able to dominate markets. They could outcompete the petty bourgeois with supply chains, scale, and mass production. And also, they could directly lobby the government for preferential treatment. So if you think about like the artisan woodworker who might spend a week carving some perfect chair, like, he loved the quality of his products, he has to compete against the guy who owns a factory. You can just click a button and it'll shit out a chair. And it was a weird time for them because the morality or the consciousness of Britain was that of like a solidarity and a strong focus around workers, and equally of what is called one nation Tories or like paternal conservatism, the idea that the wealthy should look after the poor. And like whilst that was true and that was the morality of the time, after the war Britain was drastically changing. These working class people had more money to spend in the economy, meaning that small businesses could pop up and sell them stuff. And by the 50s, you even get this subculture called the mods, which basically was a subculture of just consumerists. These were young people with excess money spending it on clothes, mopeds, music records, etc. And so over time, this culture of like working class struggle was becoming less of a struggle, right? Things are improving. And so when the 70s would roll around and post-war Britain would collapse, with oil shocks, strikes, 3-day work weeks, the Cold War, this balance of the past between these classes were getting out of hand. The state, the big capitalists, the working class.
I love Jimmy the Giant.
War with each other. And ever so quietly, as this war raged, the petty bourgeois, the small business owner, they were starting their own war. As they were struggling too, and no one was really giving a shit about them. They were facing high taxes, high regulation, but also because working class people weren't having enough money to spend due to the economic problems, they were facing a fall in consumer demand. Because of inflation, their supply chains were becoming more and more expensive. And unlike the big businesses, they didn't have the scale and the capital to survive these massive economic shocks. They weren't granted the protections from the government. And so there they were, trapped amongst this conflict between the unions, the state, and big businesses, with no one to represent them, until...
We believe you get a society which is responsible when you get people who are responsible.
Maggie Thatch, she was different, right? Yeah, she was a Tory, but she wasn't an aristocrat. She didn't come from the industrial elite either. And she definitely wasn't a high-ranking union leader. No, Margaret Thatcher was the humble daughter of a grocer in Grantham. She knew what it was like to run a small business. She literally grew up stocking shelves, watching and helping her dad as he was balancing the books, making sure to not overspend, and eventually taking that wisdom all the way to number 10 Downer Street. She was a self-made girl boss. Sort of. She did marry like a really, really, really rich man, and a really, really well-funded think tank basically cooked her up and turned her into this politician. But don't worry, rags to riches. But yeah, this backstory to Thatcher, she played on it endlessly. And it was kind of petty bourgeois cosplay, but it was very convincing. And it was enough to make millions and millions of small go-getters believe that she's one of us. She gets it. And you can hear it in the kind of things she would say. She would always bang on about,
there is no such thing as public money.
That is
No.
only taxpayers' money.
This idea that your hard-earned
Yep.
tax is being wasted on these lazy bureaucrats
Yep.
and these welfare scroungers. She pushed the idea of like
Nope.
popular capitalism, which was her way of selling shares of private companies to ordinary people, turning everyone into a mini capitalist with their own portfolio. And most importantly, the right to buy. This was a policy that allowed tenants of council houses to buy their council house off of the government for a massively discounted rate.
Right to
Homeownership
buy
is
is such a cool idea. Why don't we have that in America?
hallmark of the middle class dream. And these discounted houses
Yeah, if you live in a house your whole life, you might as well just buy that motherfucker. Sell it to me.
gave them the illusion of moving up in the world. Self-help, self-reliance, and personal responsibility. This was the moral worldview of every corner shop owner, of every one-man band builder going at it alone. And she really installed this attitude amongst the British people of like the strivers versus the skivers, which gave this moral framing that striving and fighting for your lot in life is morally noble. And people who didn't do that were below you. Those who had to rely on the state for work and for housing. These were these infantilized children suckling the teat of the state.
I believe that we were going towards a way of life in which people were constantly looking to the state to solve their problems and to do things for them.
Which, you know, if we compare this mentality to that of the post-war period, was considerably different. Almost the opposite. But Thatcher's moral framework was speaking to a new type of Brit that was emerging in this post-war economic context. The idea that there is no such thing as society, is every man for themselves.
Some socialists seem to believe that people should be numbers in a state computer. We believe they should be individuals.
And her plan worked. Thatcher managed to...
You guys see her? She's so cute. Here, I want to make her big. I can do that. See her? Isn't she cute? She's just lying there. Hi. Love you. Cute little kitty. She's such a cute little marsupial kitty. She's the real star. She's the cat in Skycatlive.
Turn a class that Marx thought was going to go extinct into an electoral army as she gave birth to what would be known as the Essex Man. The phrase Essex Man was first coined by Simon Heffer, who wrote in the Sunday Telegraph in the 90s about this new phenomenon, the Essex Man, who was the archetype of Thatcher's success. The Essex Man was sort of described as this working class voter who had bought their council house, who owned a car, who felt proud of their own independence, who had deserted Labour in exchange for Margaret Thatcher. The Essex Man was someone who really believed in going after and getting it themselves, rather than relying on collectivism. Often the Essex Man was some kind of like tradesman, or maybe like a salesman. These are like your Del Boy characters. They were working class in origin. Usually they would be the child of a Labour voting industrial worker who was starting to do quite well and really liked when Mrs. Thatcher would talk about low taxes. They bought into the idea that the unions were dragging down the country, and they were very proud about the fact that they had risen in class and that they had made it. They now owned their own home, unlike their dad did. They were like the political defectors of the old Labour movement. But you see, by the 90s, right, Thatcher's no longer in power, but this archetype managed to live on. When Tony Blair and New Labour came around the 90s, they needed their own version. And so Tony Blair invented the Mondeo Man. The Mondeo Man was basically the Essex Man with a polished job. They were probably a bit more suburban, a bit more Middle England, but maybe a little bit less brash, less Thatcherite, and less reactionary. And from here, right, this archetype would grow in significance.
Mondeo Man is being wooed by UKIP, and this week, should Rochester fall, they claim the purple tide could sweep the whole of North Kent.
So you might hear all that, think it's very interesting, but maybe you're wondering, how are they so significant? You know, between the 1980s to 2000s on, the self-employed only made up about 12 to 14% of the population. How can they be so important politically? But this is the thing, right? The petty bourgeois are like the ultimate swing voter. Them boys can really go either way. And that's because they're a little bit insecure, right? On one half, they deeply fear sliding back into the working class, but equally, they're always dreaming to one day enter the elite class. This instability makes them very volatile, and you can never really assume which way they're going to vote. Historically, they sometimes swing to the left, demanding better worker protections, siding with the unions, even sometimes backing revolutions. But other times, they will swing to the right, reactionary, authoritarian, desperate to protect what little property they managed to get in life. And this isn't just theory, this is a pattern that does exist throughout history.
My mom's like that. She'll switch sides if one side sucks. I won't do that. I think the left is a vow of nonviolence, and I think the right is a violent entity.
I mean, in 1930s Germany, petty bourgeois were
Consult Hitler if you don't believe me.
A key part in Hitler's rise to power.
The minute that they start
Shopkeepers,
thinking the
clerks.
military force makes might, instead of your brain. Ugh.
Small business owners and farmers, these were people who were terrified of losing their status during the Great Depression. And the Marxist left, they really didn't like the petty bourgeois. They called them the mass base of fascism because they would side with the Nazis against
I don't like the Democrats.
Working class. But equally, interestingly, also didn't like big capital, or a very specific subsect of Jewish big capital. So it meant that politically they worked to protect the interests of big capital, but it was really like a relationship of convenience. Scared that the organised working class will come for them, they would put their difference aside from the capitalist elite and kind of join forces. And it's this instability, the insecurity, that the ruling class has long known how to manipulate. This deep anxiety that many of the petty bourgeois have into falling back into the working class. And so when times are tough, the economy's tanking, their business is struggling, they will channel their resentment downward toward migrants, toward welfare claimants, towards unions demanding better worker protections, rather than upward towards those who are hoarding the wealth. They can be coerced by the ruling class to be like, hey, look, guys, you're one of us. What's that? You own a little corner shop? Man, I get it. Yeah, it's tough, right? I own Sainsbury's. But in reality, the petty bourgeois are like these in-betweeners, fucked from both sides.
I like the In-Betweeners. I thought the In-Betweeners were actually really good. The In-Betweeners is such a good show. Yeah. I need to get the In-Betweeners. Do I have it? Probably not. I need to go get it. Let's go back and get that.
Like if a government wants to raise taxes on the wealthy, the politicians can make special carve-outs and schemes so that the very wealthy can avoid it, but the small business owner is the least mobile. They can't tax avoid like someone who can afford to open a shell company in the Cayman Islands. Politicians might do something like taxing second homes, which kills private landlords, but it probably won't affect the big developers and the corporate landlords, who, they'll find a way to restructure the ownership through shell companies or do massive bulk purchase deals, and somehow they'll find a way to sidestep the tax. But it's exactly this reason why they're so useful politically. Because they don't have the organized collective power that the working class can have, nor do they have the lobbying powers or protections that the elite wealthy class has. And so they can often be loud, angry, and motivated by the fear of losing what little that they have achieved, so they can become instrumental in things like Thatcher smashing the unions, or cutting the welfare state and cutting taxes for the rich. So it'd be in the 2000s, right, where the perception of the petty bourgeois would change once again. And this was as the tabloid coined the new phrase, the white van man.
In the hunt for new customers, Britain's white van men are entering uncharted waters.
This phrase was first used in 1997. It was later popularised by The Sun and Top Gear, and it was slightly more of a negative than the Mondeo man. Often it was used to describe like a self-employed builder or plumber, or, a delivery man in his van who is loud, opinionated, entrepreneurial, and often very politically reactionary.
My big question tonight, why is this tweet, which I thought looked completely harmless when I first saw it, responsible for the biggest political scandal in Britain today?
The white van man was the new reskin, and they were less about Thatcher's aspirational dream and more about like cultural grievance, Euroscepticism, political correctness gone mad. And this is because of New Labour, right? Which is this weird mishmash of politics called the Third Way, where you have a movement of people who are like socially progressive. It might champion women's rights, gay marriage, etc. But economically, they're very much similar to Thatcher. Big business, growth, free market, etc. So the white van man was portrayed as being sort of stuck in the past. It was the kind of voter who might have supported UKIP, who might have voted for Brexit, who then might have voted for Boris Johnson and now supports Nigel Farage and Reform. And so this class of people, right, they've gone up and down in public opinion many times, is in some ways kind of running the show right now politically, or at least having heavy influence. So many of this group can speak with a working class accent. But when I say a working class accent, I mean the classic Cockney geezer working class accent.
My name is Turkish. Funny name for an Englishman, I know.
This accent is sort of archetypical
Funny name
to the old understanding of the British working class. But you've got to remember, as a significant amount of these people did well for themselves financially, many of them ended up moving away from those working class towns that they grew up in, making enough money to buy some, fancy gaff in a town called Wiggleswood. And what this did, right, this movement of like the traditional white working class career out from those original towns, well, it left both an economic and cultural hole in the modern British working class. That class actually started to move away from those types of jobs. Often they would stay in the trades industry. However, they very often became much more specialized. Many trained to become like self-employed electricians, plumbers, who had to go through qualifications and get trained. They had moved away from carrying bricks around a construction site. Now they were installing underfloor heating, complex wiring, opening their own construction companies. And as demand grew for more and more specialized building and trade skills, these lot could demand higher and higher salaries. And so as they moved into these jobs, this hole ended up being eventually filled by the newly emerging multicultural British working class. This meant that increasingly, the classic Cockney geezer London working class accent, the same accent that in the past was associated with football hooliganism and the sun, increasingly is associated with BMW driving plasterers with a buy-to-let on the side.
When I sold the company was, in 2021, it was about 140 odd mil. And it sounds a lot of money, and no doubt it is, but, I've been spending it on celebrating and enjoying life, really. I've had, some amazing holidays in Dubai and staying in the Al Burj Arab, which is about 125 grand, for a few weeks. Rolls Royces, Bentleys, private jets, flying backwards and forwards. And then property, but I would probably, thinking back on it, I would say the best thing that I've spent my money on over the years was this penthouse flat that I have on the river.
But what I find really interesting is their relationship to the traditional British middle class.
Yeah,
and
watching
how
the river was
class
like the
looks
best thing.
Down on this sort of petty bourgeois sometimes. Much in the very same way that the old aristocratic classes would look down on the capitalists and the industrialists, even when the industrialists were starting to do better than the aristocrats.
I've seen some of my friends who I felt I was on a level and same plane as disappear over the last few years. So I feel that a lot of the people in my level of the middle class, there is no promotion to go to. The ones that went up were mainly in banking, and I'm actually being paid less than I was 10 years ago.
Right, so think about the classic middle class route in life. Go to a decent school in a safe area, then you go to university, get a degree, land a good white-collar job in your dad's company, and then you eventually climb the ladder and you get a very comfortable lifestyle. This route, right, the university into office job, this was the route that they were told to do, the middle class, and also, increasingly, kids of working-class parents. However, this deal recently has started to break down. Firstly, wages since the financial crash just flatlined. They stopped growing. All whilst inflation and house prices just fucking shot up. Owning a home, which was the ultimate badge of middle classery, has become borderline impossible for many young, educated professionals who work office jobs. On top of that, debt has exploded. Whilst middle-class kids' parents would have bought their house in their 20s, the modern middle class has racked up thousands and thousands in student debt just to get a degree, then to go and shell half of their wages out on rent every single month. And this trend is pretty mad because, like, my generation are one of the most educated generations ever. A historic 50% of young people achieved first entry into higher education in 2017. But the graduate wage premium, like the expected amount more money you should make because you have a degree, is falling. And that's because there are loads of educated graduates who are all chasing a very limited pool of graduate jobs in this country. That competition drives wages down and forces many into underemployment. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, trades like plumbing, electrical work, construction work, these careers face chronic labour shortages. We never have enough people to fill them. And all you need to do is go and get a qualification. Like, it's hard, but you can do it. And once you're in, once you've got the qualification, the competition for work is way smaller and the pay can be very high. So right now we're in this bizarre inversion of the past where very often the specialised plumber, electrician can sometimes out-earn the graduate office workers. Whilst the graduate probably has a much higher ceiling of potential earnings, the competition to get there is much higher. Arguably, the tradesman can probably secure a higher paying job quicker, all whilst having started work earlier. They could start as early as 18 and don't have the weight of student debt. In other words, what I'm trying to say is the cultural middle class, the uni-educated, white-collared professional, their status in society is declining. Whereas the geezer on the tools, his status is climbing.
There's no easy way to say this. You made a pledge, we didn't stick to it, and for that I'm sorry.
And what is really interesting is that these two groups of people, politically, can very often be put at war with one another.
We are the party that will make massive cuts
right and
to
left.
welfare. If we don't, well, what is coming down the track will best part bankrupt us, although some might say we're almost there.
Some people call these young middle-class grads like champagne socialists. It's meant to be an insult to say they're sort of pretending to care about workers' rights or something like that. But I mean, really, I think it's just the fact that middle-class people are increasingly faced with exploitative and underpaying working environments. And so their politics tends to reflect that reality. And they can be very politically discontent because they were told from a young age that if they go and get educated, they'll go get a job and own a house. But when they did all that and their realities didn't meet the promises that society fucking told them, many can then conclude that the system is fundamentally flawed and they seek political alternatives.
So can university really said to still be worth it? Every job you apply for says no, because there are 140 applicants per graduate job now. You're lucky if you even get an email to acknowledge that you've applied, let alone to say no. The fact of saying no is borne out by not receiving an email back from the people you applied to 4 months ago.
But then on the flip side, it creates an interesting political tension as we increasingly see the rise of far-right political parties. Parties like Reform, who tend to position themselves as the sort of voice of the working class, but their policies don't reflect that. They will typically be in favour of tax cuts for the rich, cutting public spending, and reducing the welfare state. They also tend to vote against increased workers' rights. Things like zero-hour contracts they tend to be in favour of, which of course is against the genuine economic working class. Like, workers want those things, typically.
BRB, I'm going to shut my door.
Who do they mean when they say working class? Well, I think it's this strange coalition of different groups, one of which being these sort of more petty bourgeois, working class type small business owners. But you can see this in a person like Charlie Mullins. He's a perfect example.
Normal sort of working class person come from nothing. It's a long struggle, and you know, businesses are not an overnight success.
But always argues against taxing rich people because he is rich people.
What she's doing now is atrocious. She's talking about someone with a £500,000 house, which is nothing in London. It's like a one-bedroom apartment.
Yep.
How does she think these people got them? You know, they're working class people.
And also you can see this in Tommy Robinson. I mean, just purely based on economics, he is a multi-millionaire himself. But he appeals to this sort of classic working class culturally because of his accent and demeanour. But I think it's really important to distinguish the difference between the economic working class and then the cultural working class. Because as I just laid out, those things have fundamentally changed. As the modern economic working class isn't that sort of Cockney geezer as much anymore. It's now made up of a mixture of white Brits, multicultural Brits, immigrants, and increasingly the postgraduate struggling middle class kids. Now, with that though, there is a key nuance to make, that of course there is still a large white British, classically working class, who have not managed to ascend into this sort of petty bourgeois, well-off type person. There's loads of them that still haven't. You'll find these types of Brits often in sort of post-industrial towns that are now in decline. These people are not well-off and they're not doing well, and they face all of the same economic problems. And this group, the sort of left behind white British working class, they are very much subject to a political tug of war. The socialists will try and appeal to them over their dislike for, you know, exploitative working conditions, unstable jobs, lack of jobs, and underinvestment into their towns.
Are we going to have a country that is run for corporations, where our public services, our education system, our NHS, and our housing are used as investment opportunities for the super rich? Or are we going to have a country that's run for the people in it? And I say, we have got to have a country that's run for the people in it.
Whereas the populist far right will tend to go after them over concerns for immigration. And although these towns can sometimes be like 95% white, they might have seen increased immigration over the last sort of 20 years. And politicians will tell them that the immigrants are straining your NHS, your schools, your council houses, which, as we know, is obviously due to underinvestment from the government, but they often can make a very useful scapegoat to blame economic problems on. And as well, these parties will try to appeal to a more nationalistic cultural identity, telling them that British culture is in decline and under attack. And it's interesting then what comes of that, right? Because you have these people, these communities that are really struggling, who then get weaponized as enemies of the middle class graduate types, because the middle class graduate tends to be more socially progressive, pro-immigration, pro-LGBT, pro-trans, etc. Despite the fact that just logically, if these groups teamed up, it'd be much better for them. They are deliberately pitted against each other by politicians and political influences. And to be clear, I am talking in massive generalizations. There will of course exist many exceptions to these blocks, but these are sort of general trends you'll find.
Autopilot jumping.
So now, as these culture wars of divisions rage, there is one final, newly emerging class in the Great British class system that is growing and growing and basically breaks down all of the conventions of the original system, and that is the precariat. So if on one side you have the classic self-employed striver, the plumber on 70k, where do we slot in Deliveroo drivers, Uber drivers, Amazon delivery drivers? These lot often are self-employed. They receive no worker protections, no unionization, no sick pay. They're self-employed, but sort of in name only. Like, if the traditional definition of the word bourgeois is the owner of the means of production, can we really say that owning a bike is owning the means of production? It's a bit of a stretch. Economically and materially, he is a very precarious worker. He or she has to rely on tech platforms for work, and every job that they do, they have to pay that platform a small percentage. Sociologists define these people as the precariat because of the insecurity and precariousness of their whole entire lives. They work on temporary contracts, 0-hour gigs, they live in rented accommodation, and are basically living in endless flexibility, which is a sort of cute word for instability. They're not workers in the old sense. They have no worker protections. But equally, they're not bosses either. They permanently live on the edge.
Uber calls its drivers partners, independent operators who partner up with.
That's what I was. I'm an independent operator.
It's a technology company, not a
we got nothing.
But the employment tribunal.
But I got a $50,000 house, so.
Suggested the firm had tried to bamboozle its drivers with twisted language.
And unlike, you know, the traditional petty bourgeois who tend to move into self-employment because they want freedom, they want to be in control of their own lives, etc., the precariat aren't sort of aspirational like that. They're just pushed into self-employment due to a lack of stable jobs. So you end up in this strange situation whereby the British class system makes less and less sense every single day. And politically, this breakdown of the class system and the instability of it and the many divisions it causes is political gold for the ruling class, because these endless divisions allow for the ruling class to pit everyone against each other. All whilst, in reality, all of them are actually just in the same boat.
Yeah.
Insecure, squeezed, shut out of real
Do we go
wealth and
side?
power. And instead of these groups
No,
uniting
go.
politically, they're kept divided politically, fed a diet of culture wars, rage and scapegoats, as well as condemnation and judgment. All whilst the ruling class, the billionaires, the offshore wealth, operate quietly in the background, above it all, doing better than they have ever done historically, and are more secure than they've ever been, ever. So, with all that doom and gloom, right, is there anything we can do
Check. Oh, my microphone's down, I think.
Well, it's hard, right? Because the media always fills us with these stories that really obviously
Hi,
put us against
kitty.
each other. But you have to, like, just understand
Love
that
the
these
kitty.
divisions are theatre, ultimately. They're only politically useful for people at the top. Because whether you're, you know, a uni student saddled with 60 grand's worth of debt, a delivery driver with no sick pay, or a tradesman who's getting hammered by the HMRC, whilst billionaires are able to avoid paying tax, you are all in the exact same struggle, being squeezed by the exact same system. So we have to try and reach people and unify on economic issues. And we are seeing this is cutting through. I mean, you guys are all aware of Gary's economics, and increasingly Zach Polanski of the Green Party, go join the Greens if you haven't, he is also starting to cut through, and it is working. And I think we just have to keep talking about inequality. Whether it's just you talking to your friends in the pub, sending videos to your parents who might not have heard some of this stuff, or if you want to be a content creator, go out and showcase wealth inequality.
That's
Go
what I
to
do.
rich areas, show how people are living right now. Go to Mayfair, go to South Kensington, go to fucking anywhere in the southeast that votes Tory. We need to show and educate people using new media and using our voices. Class really isn't about accents, tastes and culture. It is about power. Who has it and who doesn't?
I managed to start changing the funding formulas to make sure that areas like this are getting the funding that they deserve. Because we inherited a bunch of formulas from the Labour Party that shoved all the funding into deprived urban areas. You know, that needed to be undone.
The petty bourgeois were never meant to survive, but also the middle class weren't meant to disappear. Yet here we are in Britain's new class war. And the only way for us to win it is to recognise it and to cut through all of this culture war noise, to fight together to improve all of our lives and not against each other. If you enjoy this video, make sure to go support me on Patreon. It massively helps me support the work I'm doing here. It helps me to pay my editors better, so I'll link that below. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Oh, kitty, I love you. Oh, kitty, I love you. I love you, I love you, I
There are
love
few
you.
historical figures that have inspired so much devotion, controversy, and myth as the subject of today's video. To some,
Oh,
he
kitty, I
was the
love
perfect,
you.
selfless revolutionary, a man who gave his life fighting against imperialism and equality. To others, he was a ruthless ideologue whose methods brought suffering to those who opposed his vision. His face remains one of the most recognizable symbols to this day. In today's video, we will look at the life, actions, and death of that aura-farming guy on those t-shirts.
Che Guevara.
Che Guevara. Ernesto Guevara was born on the 14th of June, 1928. He was born in the city of Rosario, Argentina, and was the eldest child of a respectable family of Spanish and Irish descent. From a young age, he was plagued by asthma and pneumonia, conditions that would often leave him bedridden and would continue to
This is
affect
a good
him
cozy
his
game,
entire
mortal.
life.
I'm being left
Guevara
alone.
grew up in a leftist family who would host Republican veterans of the Spanish Civil War.
Oh,
As
sorry,
a boy,
kitty.
he developed a love for reading from his family's thousands of books, from Walt Whitman to H.G. Wells. But the young Guevara particularly enjoyed reading history, philosophy, and political theory. By the time he was a teenager, he was well read in the works of Karl Marx, Sigmund Freud, and the revolutionary writings of José Martí. Despite his poor health, he was a decent rugby player and was noted for his aggressive style of play. Guevara spent much of his time travelling. His family frequently moved between cities, which exposed him to all aspects of Argentinian society, from the cosmopolitan elite to the impoverished rural poor. This would culminate in his famous motorcycle diaries. In 1948, Guevara enrolled at the University of Buenos Aires to study medicine, but during his studies, he would take time away to embark on motorcycle trips around South America. These journeys and what he saw would soon be recorded in his journal, posthumously published in his memoir, The Motorcycle Diaries. As he travelled through Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Peru, and Venezuela, Guevara witnessed the continent's vast inequalities firsthand. Miners labouring in dangerous conditions, indigenous communities living in abject poverty, and the devastating effects of imperialism and wealth inequality. But more than this, he saw examples of people pulling together in the face of these hardships, believing in the power of solidarity. Guevara would take odd jobs to fund his travels, including at one point working at a leper colony. These people with leprosy confirmed to Guevara that those with nothing could come together and form the strongest of bonds in the face of great adversity. Guevara returned to Argentina and completed his medical degree in 1953. However, he soon had a change of heart. He began to believe that curing people on an individual basis would not address the root causes. He now believed that his calling in life was to deal with the societal systems of capitalism and exploitation. After graduating, Guevara chose not to settle down and practice medicine, instead traveling through Latin America, looking for a way to fight the injustices that he had witnessed. He started in Bolivia and then Peru, but he failed to galvanize the population into fully revolutionary attitudes. He continued to Guatemala, which had just gone through its own democratic revolution. Guatemala's new president was in the process of enacting land reforms designed to redistribute farmland withheld by powerful corporations like the American United Fruit Company to poor farmers. Guevara integrated himself with members of the new government, but also with other Latin American revolutionaries and exiled Cuban communists linked to Fidel Castro. But then, in 1954, the United States launched a CIA-backed military coup and overthrew the Guatemalan government. Guevara joined a communist militia, but soon had to take refuge in the Argentine embassy to avoid arrest. The event would soon confirm to Guevara that the biggest obstacle facing the world were both capitalism and the United States of America. He delved into reading Marxist and Leninist literature, believing that only through armed struggle could the lives of the downtrodden of Latin America be improved. After seeing firsthand how American intervention had crushed democratic movements, Guevara fled to Mexico City, disillusioned but more radicalized. For a time, he did work as a doctor, seeing and treating some of the city's poorest residents. But he also reconnected with Cuban exiles, eventually meeting
98
Castro
passive regen,
in
nice.
1955. Guevara fell in with Castro's cause, believing that it was just the revolutionary movement that he had been searching for. He initially joined the Cubans as a doctor, but he soon elevated to a leadership role. He trained with Castro's forces and reinforced his belief that armed struggle was the only way to achieve